H-1B visas, right? This discussion about they wanted to bring in more people from other countries. They were pushing a narrative that Americans weren't good, they're lazy, they're not qualified to be able to do these tech jobs, right? And a lot of CEOs in this valley, went to the president and given the president money and asked for more people, more H-1B visas to be approved so they can bring in more people from the country. The president so far has seemingly agreed to do all that, right? So that is somewhat contradictory, to the anti-immigration narrative that the president seems to try to present, restrictive immigration narrative that the president seems to try to present. The president also recently stated, this may be more than a few weeks ago, right, less than a month ago, that he wanted to bring in more than 650,000 people, somewhere around that number, from China to come to the universities because in part he wanted to, don't quote me on this, I'm paraphrasing, he wanted to save elite institutions. He wanted to, keep the American universities going. So this is another contradiction, to something where he's pushing a hardline immigration, stance, but at the same time, for certain actors, for certain people, he's seemingly waving that idea and saying, well, for you, in the Silicon Valley, in the tech worker, for you in the university system, or at least some of the universities, right? For you in certain areas, in certain sectors of society, we're not even talking about the low-skilled, low-end. We're talking about people we would think would be the educated, or they would be college educated at the upper end. He seems to be making allowances for people in those areas to bring in much more foreign-born workers. And because I know a lot about, like, in this particular tech sector, about the foreign-born workers, for a lot of the people there, right? What ends up happening when they get into a tech company is, because they have to be sponsored, right? Unlike an American person, if you don't like the work, you can leave, you can transfer, go to another company, right? And you can also demand, comparable wages and all. We're supposed to be paying, quote unquote, we're supposed to be paying foreign workers comparable wages. The foreign workers ultimately end up in a position, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them end up in a position and virtually, they're still getting paid, but it's virtually like slave labor. They can't move, right? They can't make the demands of their employer, or Google, or Meta, or Amazon, if things go bad, because they can just simply pull the H-1B visa and they're being sent back, to the country that they're from. I know that for people who it's hard for them. They would like to leave and switch to
I had one lesson.
They can't do it. But like I said, on the other side, I know people who are like, hey, wait a minute, I've got the good skill set. And they're not me, but they're being pushed out for someone who comes in at a lower salary than them or from another country. So I'm just saying that the president himself is a barrel of contradictions, right? And some of the things that he says and some of the things he does, on one hand, that we see largely, or at least what I've seen largely being targeted at people who are primarily on the lower end of the socioeconomic income bracket, but not only those people on the socioeconomic income bracket. And even, back when he was deporting people over speeches they may make on university campuses, versus this whole other side of him that is willing to cater to what some people would refer to as the tech oligarchs, right? Or people in high places who allow more H-1B visas and more people to immigrate from other countries. And these countries aren't even primarily Europe. Let's say it's primarily India or China, somewhere in South Asia or East Asia into the country. And so for me, I think that's something we have to think about. If the president himself, a lot of views that are that are off the wall, off the mark, but somehow for certain people he'll turn on a dime and he'll allow the very thing that he's saying that he's against to happen. And that just seems to be the relationship that those individuals have to him. Last thing I want to say is that guy from Shark Tank, you might know what I'm thinking about. I can't think of his name, but one of the guys from Shark Tank. He was on a CNN panel. I happened to watch the CNN panel. And he was defending the H-1B visa, right? And he's not the only one defending H-1B visa. I'm not against it, by the way. I'm pro-immigration in the general idea. But he was muddying the waters by trying to confuse H-1B visas, right? And he was doing it on purpose. I think some of these people that in the they understand that the H-1 visa is the one for those really high-performing people who start companies. We already have a visa for them, right? And they start saying H-1B, meaning that they're going to get the next person who's going to start the next big tech company in the United States of America. So I think that when we look at this whole immigration discussion, I
I'll just point out that, and I don't know whether your comments were a direct response to Steve's. He was talking about unskilled versus skilled, and obviously Silicon Valley and the medical profession, etc. Those are all skilled immigrants. We do have a shortage, for example, of nurses in this country, and we actively recruit nurses from the Philippines and elsewhere because of that shortage. And we obviously have a shortage of doctors, at least American-born doctors. It's interesting, Steve makes a point, and maybe, he's looking back at a society that doesn't exist today, or maybe he's right, that society does exist, where Americans were willing to take jobs, hardworking, menial-type, unskilled labor jobs, and but they can't, he argues, because the unskilled folks that are coming into the country. But I don't think it's just unskilled. If you look at the medical profession, as David points out, the technology professions, many of those individuals are not native-born Americans. Is that because they're taking the jobs of native-born Americans, or there just not enough people who are interested in filling those positions? A friend of mine has a pretty important position at Amazon. He's an American citizen, but he was born in Belarus. And he finds that the people he works with are all Asian. And not born in the United States. As he wasn't born in the United States. How do you account for that? So I think we have to be a little careful about broad strokes. And remember, this original discussion was not about specifics. And I know there are people who are concerned about folks here illegally, and I agree with that. But it's about the general tone of this administration, of this president. He's got an anti-immigration bent. This is indisputable. And he talks about shithole countries. Whoever heard of a president of the United States publicly, maybe privately, who knows what they say privately or think privately, but he's representing you and me. And he's referring to these other countries as shitholes. Maybe some of them are, I don't know. But is this something that a president should be saying, that we don't want people from shithole countries to come here? And I guess Steve can date his folks back to the Mayflower days, or close to. But many of us, we only go back a generation or two or three. And as he was speaking, I thought about my family. The people who came here they came here because they were fleeing religious persecution. They weren't vetted.
There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in 1 and 1 in 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thou Pacific swoon. Bird, let thy life be pure and calm. Sway softly as a windless palm. Forth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense, observance, entity.
Here's your stories. You're not hearing anything like that.
Every thought that springs in
They wanted to keep
our
these prisoners, and they passed them along in apartments and buildings.
And basically, hello,
Do you support Palestinian or Israel?
we want
We support.
Well, we
No, we support
I support the Zionists. This does
we
not
support Palestinians, we don't support Palestine.
Exactly. Okay. I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
You can support the people, but not support the government.
No, not the government. I support the people, not the nation, not the concept of a land.
Like, I don't got any problem with Israeli people. But I got
Who
a
do you
problem with
support,
the
bro?
government. Like,
Do you support what happened on October 7th?
and you supporting what happened before 7 October?
I'm asking you, do you support what happened?
I'm asking you too. You support us,
But you don't know what happened before 7th of October. Why are you okay?
Questions? Listen, you see the green bean that gives us the privilege to ask questions. If you want to be on the panel, you can answer the questions. If you don't, we can play your stupid game. You can go down, come up, go down, come up, and then whatever you want. You can keep sending me chili peppers all you want. I know it's spicy in here, but I'll bring you back up. Would you like to come up? Okay. Do you support what happened October 7th?
Nah, I'm talking with you like.
Do you support what happened October 7th?
Fuck you. Why not?
Exactly, your mom. Okay, thank you. So we can keep doing that game. Up and down, up and down. It's like a fucking holding.
At some point, you will not be able to bring him up again.
You guys tweet.
I can easily bring him up. Watch this. I just have to turn off. He keeps sending me chili peppers. Like, you know, I like peppers. Like, you're not insulting me. Okay, go ahead. Come on up. Come on up, Bubba. Do you support what happened October 7th?
If I find you, I'll kill you.
Okay. So, do you support what happened October 7th?
Kill you. You know what I mean? Kill you.
Do you support what happened? Because the next one you're going to get.
If I find you, I'll put you on my ass, nigga. I will kill you.
So,
slogans like a prayer. What are you really saying?
Hey, Cardi B.
Glory to the martyrs, only suicide bombs. Billions in bodies, now you dropping his bomb. But his kids in the smoke, keep back on honest and call it woke. That's a joke. From the river to the sea, yeah, I know that chant. Erasing.
Daniel's playing some music, but I'm not gonna listen to any copyrighted music.
After hour, thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward news. No atom of analysis, 6 on one thought securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind, like a flame straight and unstirred. Burning like being in one world.
hate Gazans. That's the sad truth.
They don't hate Gazans, they exploit Gazans. They
Exploit them. Well, because if they truly like them, they would understand that peace is peace. They've been screaming for a ceasefire for the past 2 years. Israel gave them one, and that's not enough for them. It's because they don't really want a ceasefire. They want all Jews dead. So by any means necessary means they truly hate Gazans because they want them to die. They don't want them to live.
A lot of people get entertained when they see Palestinian blood getting shed, man. And that's what I see most of the Iranians support the killing these people's shit. And I find that we want
no, they see this image, they get a rush, but immediately with the image, they are told where to point here at the Jews, and then they immediately like lash out on a try over here, and they feel good about themselves. It's like how do you call it when you get in a game?
Euphoric feeling.
In Candy Crush, how do you call this thing? That you kind of
Adrenaline?
not adrenaline. Serotonin? No.
Oh, serotonin. It's adrenaline. It's adrenaline. No, it's serotonin. It's dopamine.
Dopamine. Yes. So it's like a dopamine rush. And it makes you like feel good about yourself. You think that most people just don't know that this Palestinian story is so layered.
Something new like that. Something new from family perspective. I said I just learned something new. But you're going to go for me to rest from Candy Crush? This is something new that you did.
It's from games, basically games. This is how they work. With those sounds and effects and bullshit. But I lost the plot.
You were saying that the use of the Palestinians to reinforce the supporters.
Yeah, that's all.
So no, they get a rush by this. It's not the point is what you're trying to say. It's not their purpose isn't for supporting.
The Palestinian story is so layered that you know that when you think of yourself, I don't know, young and naive and clueless, okay? And the UN says this and this, and the ICC says this, so you don't need to think anymore. You know, those become an Amnesty International and HRW. It's so layered and the way that propaganda that comes from Hamas and then kind of laundered as the Ministry of Gaza, and then it's echoed by like those fringe organizations like UNRWA and HRW, and then the UN platform, and then in the UN resolution it becomes fact from Hamas to the UN, and then it becomes like, and then mainstream media reports as UN feeds, for example. So many of them just feel that they're doing the right thing. They're just like beautiful idiots, unfortunately. They see very one-sided, like I see that our story is not told. They don't know what's happening. Any talk about accountability or what is the organization, how Hamas is invading Jerusalem, they don't talk about it. This thing of the thing that we just found like 2 days ago, this huge warehouse full of mountain baby food that they were keeping. So they will have this humanitarian crisis. No one is reporting it. So if it does, it will be like, okay, the rage that happened is already Israel. Now that you're killing money from it, it doesn't matter. It's like it's a boring fact. The images is being done. Like a huge storage with baby fruit that was just like piling up and rotting like a huge in Gaza. live streaming it on Facebook and all their Google cans that then they took 250 hostages back. They knew what would happen. They wanted this. Every death in Gaza is good for the Palestinian cause. A humanitarian crisis, starvation in Gaza is good for the humanitarian, for the Palestinian cause. This is the triste fucking reality. They suffer the better for the cause. The cause is the beginning, this Free Palestine cause, which is basically the eradication of Israel. But you no, they want to remove Israel. They don't want to have it in their own country. No one gives a fuck about
Daniel, let me ask you a question. Is it your opinion or is that a fact?
it. Is a fact, thank you very much. And if you want to prove me otherwise, bring me the person that really cancel them and is honest. It's a tragic story of the tribe of the Palestinian. They're like pawns in the game. This is really the tragedy of Palestinians. Basically, the Arab Ummah wants to create this Arab nation, and we are thorn in their eyes, in their so they invented this Palestinian as a religious flesh. So they invented the Palestinian nation as a tactic against Israel. They are no different from Jordanians, Syrian, Lebanese, or other Arabs in the area. If they were serious about logic, right? They talk about this 1948. They, with 5 Arab nations, decided to attack Israel. That was one day because they wanted to wipe this out. After they refused the partition plan, and the Palestinians are speaking, the Palestinians that are carrying the church, the Palestinians that are like holding the key, right? The famous Palestinian key. One of the Jews that were expelled in 1948 from other countries. No one talks about it, we just didn't ban it as Nakba. None of them took a key. Why? Because they were expelled. They were coming back. The Palestinians took the key. The reason that they take keys, big deal, is because they were told to leave by their leaders. They were told, leave so we can wipe out the Jews and then you'll be able to come back. Unfortunately for them, they lost the cause of wiping out the Jews. This is why they had the key. Otherwise, no one would take the key.
I know. But Daniel, it's like, what was the partition plan in 1947?
The partition plan was to divide it to the Jewish area and the Arab area.
But the Arab area didn't have an identity. How would they have an Arab area?
Yeah, Arab was their identity.
So they were supposed to be a country?
No, it was meant for the Arabs. This is like, then Jordan took it. I mean, 1948, Jordan took it, and then it annexed it. No one called it out, and no one had a problem with this, because it's Arab. And in 1948, Egypt, Gaza, no one had a problem with this.
No, I'm talking about the partition plan.
That was about after taking from the British mandate, they created the Transjordan into Jordan. The rest they divided to divide between the Arabs and the Jews because there were a lot of fighting. So they took the areas of where the most Jews and where the most Arabs, they kind of divided it.
Because it says here that the partition plan was divided in British mandate Palestine,
right,
and the Arab and the Jewish state.
Well, what? It was during the British mandate.
Yeah, it says British mandate Palestine.
Yes.
But you said it was invented in 1960s.
No, the Palestinian identity, the region was called Palestine, okay? During 1948, in that area, if you will talk about the Palestinians, you would usually refer to the Jews. The Arabs were Arabs. And then 1948 happened, Israel created, Jordan took West Bank,
among its citizens.
They became Jordan in 1946.
Absolutely.
Palestinian
That is
identity
a logical
was created in the
question. So if
60s,
you want
in the
to
mid-60s,
argue,
1964.
who cares
By
about
the way,
your
1964,
truly
this was the great Muslim
get around
identity.
them off the
That
streets?
was the
Well, what about
Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. 3 years before 1967, it actually took the West Bank to the call for the liberation of Palestine, which is basically to create their own state, is to wipe us out. The region was called Palestine, but it's a region. Yeah, it's a region. Like, you know, you could call the East Coast, or I don't know, the Bible Belt, or like, it's not.
They would like me to call a region Egypt, and then people call themselves Egyptians. I understand.
No, Egypt is, they have an old history. This area was Syria, Palestine, but Palestine was included sometimes. It's not this exact land. It was called, like, with Jordan, without Jordan. Yes, there was the time of nation was formed, and the Palestinians decided that they want to do it a century later without, I don't know. What about Jordan?
Is that good?
I mean, the name West Bank, which is a funny thing, is a colonial name. I mean, West Bank of what? It's the West Bank of the Jordan River. And why do you refer to it as the West Bank? Because it was colonized by Jordan. This is when they named the area West Bank. It's not like a name that they carried forever. Like it's from the 60s.
No, I would say that it doesn't really serve a purpose, because if they were called before the 60s Palestine and they want to call themselves Palestinians, okay.
They can do whatever they want. I don't care how they call them.
Yeah, but it makes sense. It's not from 1960 then.
No, they didn't call themselves Palestinians before now.
Oh, okay, you mean like that? Okay, like
Yeah. They didn't call themselves like this. The national identity was created then. You will not find reference to the Palestinians. You will find reference to Palestine, okay? Or even early texts back then, they would refer to as the Arabs of Palestine. But a Palestinian, you will not see, like, people talk to them about, them presenting themselves as Palestinians.
No. But
it's a new term, which is basically, it's a technical term to kind of connect them to the land.
No,
do you know what they called themselves before in 19?
Arabs. Yes, many of them came during because when the Zionists came to the land and started developing it and building and, you know, roads and the neighborhoods and cities, there were a lot of work, and there were a lot of work immigrants, hundreds of thousands of Arabs that came from all kinds of areas, from Syria, from Iraq, to work. You know, it wasn't like the borders that we have today of where they just traveled. And anyone that basically was in the land 2 years before, from 1946, it's enough that you were there 2 years before the creation of Israel, you were considered a Palestinian. Even if you moved from Iraq a day before, like 2 years before.
how many there are from Iraq or Iran?
I don't know. A lot of time you can see by the last name. You will see, for example, a lot of Palestinians called El Masri. What is El Masri? The Egyptian.
Palestine.
What?
How many people in Palestine?
What is Palestine? Where is Palestine?
Some people, how many people?
Where?
In this land, he's talking about this new identity.
Which part of the? Because people use the word Palestine in many different, like, what do you mean?
How many people nowadays South Palestine?
What is Palestine?
6 million. I know what he means. He's talking about these people that...
Judea and Samaria and Gaza, you mean?
Okay.
4 million.
I think yeah, something like this, 4 or 5.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Well, it's really been a fascinating conversation, Daniel. I'm just wondering what's on the agenda for the rest of the day, Daniel? Like, is there a purpose? Is there an agenda? What are we talking about tonight? Poly supporters hate Gazans, the sad truth. Is that the truth, or is that opinion?
No, I know that the Palestinians have been thrown out of over four countries. I just want to understand why.
Because they try to sympathize. They always aligned against the country that they were in. If it's what was it, Kuwait? No, Kuwait. Kuwait.
Yeah, Kuwait.
And there was in Jordan and in Lebanon. Like in Lebanon, they are really like treated like shit.
Lebanon, like that was one. Good old Lebanon.
It's really hard for me to. Like, I don't know, I think you need to speak closer to the mic.
You're from Lebanon, right?
Who's from Lebanon?
You're from Lebanon.
I'm from Lebanon?
Yeah.
No. I'm from Israel.
Okay, okay. Okay.
And John, where you from?
I'm from Lebanon.
You're from Lebanon? And you thought that I'm from Lebanon? And you're being from Lebanon?
Yeah, this happened to be.
Where in Lebanon? Which part?
This Polish.
Huh?
This Polish Lebanon.
Are you drunk, my friend?
I think he is. Please stop him.
Drunk. I don't know. Maybe
okay. Maybe a little, I like it. No, maybe a little.
Yo, you're crazy.
What happened? I missed it.
I said, are you drunk? No. Oh, maybe a little.
Wait, when are these Arabs gonna show some respect?
Hey, what is this here?
Isn't it haram to drink?
I think he's a Christian, to be honest.
And Lebanon, well, I don't think he's from Lebanon. If he thought I'm from Lebanon, I doubt it that he's from Lebanon.
So, Daniel, let me ask you a question. What is Arab identity politics? What is Muslim identity politics? Mohammedan Islam, identity. How does identity politics play a role into the conflict in the Middle East?
Yes, 3 and 2.
I think that all identities are made up, especially the Middle East one.
Yeah, they're terrorists, man. You got a certain group of people who get on the bus and they say Allah Akbar and the bus explodes. But then you have another group of people, they get on the bus and say Baruch Hashem, the bus doesn't explode. Why is that?
Well,
They say Baruch Hashem, and they say, well, hold on. They say they either say Baruch Hashem or they say praise Jesus or God bless you and the bus doesn't explode. Why is that?
That's exactly what I mean. And the crazy
Well, they got superpower, man, from God, man.
Yo, man, Palestinians are the bomb.
No pun intended.
Don't talk shit about them. They'll blow shit up, man.
Yo, what's to the point? I was walking in New York City and I heard somebody say Allah Akbar and I jumped on the ground like something someone's gonna explode. Like, it's crazy.
Why would someone well, I don't know what happened.
And you know what the only thing is, now they want to put 9/11 on Jews.
No, they want to put anything on Jews. I think the only thing that I haven't seen was Hurricane Katrina, but other than this, JFK, 9/11, like anything, basically, it's us.
Messages.
Yeah, and
Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
You just say, yo,
Jews taught him how to steal, so now he's in America stealing because of the Jews.
But you know what's crazy though, Daniel? They said that it was the what is that? The Mossad flew all the way out here to kill Charlie Kirk. Explaining outside the Jews had something to do with it. Like, this is crazy.
Is it like Candace?
And they even said that Epstein is Jewish. He's not Jewish.
His family is Jewish.
No, Epstein was a Jew.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
He has a Jewish name, but
You know what? Actually, let's check. It could have been just his father. Hold on.
but yeah, it could be a paternal thing or not.
Yeah. What was his first name?
Jeffrey.
Jefferson.
He wasn't. He wasn't Jewish.
Hold on.
This is like, I don't know, this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, the thing we left there.
Because, Jew, it's not that you're wrong to say that, like, I cannot say, like, all Muslims are terrorists or something like this. Because, not all of them are.
You can't say all right to Muslims.
Okay, so radio
say that, it's like a Jews.
by birth and upbringing, he was born in Brooklyn, New York. His Jewish parents raised in a hardworking Jewish family in the Seagate neighborhood. Traces of his Jewish background, such as
Are you ready for Wikipedia? ChatGPT. Okay.
such as references to his bar mitzvah and family traditions appeared in the personal tributes compiled.
Listen, Grok can also fall for a lot of bullshit. I just
all of them get manipulated, I know.
Like Wikipedia became like such a shit place for propaganda. I just want to recommend, anything about the conflict. I would just find like a different language and then just translate the page instead of reading it in English. The English version is like completely shit.
That's a good idea.
What do you think about the Jewish AI?
What is the Jewish AI?
Oh my god, you gotta
AI is
show
Jewish.
it, bro. No, you gotta see this one, bro.
Shaking my thing.
Yeah, that's the real back. That's the best I've ever seen.
Did you have voting for it? They want me to put it in the chat.
Can you put it in the
Hey,
chat?
hey, brother BB. I was on a cruise ship, right? And it was really windy outside, and my kippah fell off, and it went into the ocean. Should I blame my Jewish brothers for that too, as well?
Yeah, because they should have.
Muziek wordt vandaan je PC afgespeeld.
They should have crazy good to keep it clear.
Yeah, they should have. Yeah, fucking up.
Do you wear a kippah, honestly?
Yeah, honestly, I do. And that was actually my favorite kippah. Because a very important rabbi to me, Jerusalem, man, before he passed away, he gave that to me, took me off his set and gave it to me. And like that was like my favorite kippah, like, but anyway, but
You should have jumped in. You should have jumped in.
yeah, I should have broke down,
Are you, Chucky, are you a Black American?
Nah, I'm actually a Caribbean American.
Okay, and you converted?
Yes, I did.
Nice, how's that experience?
But just interrupt. There's Black Jamaicans, guys. There's synagogues in Jamaica. There's synagogues in Costa Rica. There's synagogues in Colombia. There's synagogues in Cuba and Sweden. Because that's the problem. A lot of people, they see Black people or Chinese people are like not saying they use it. It's the same for this thing too. They're like, why did you become Jewish? They get a bit more Jewish. There's like lineage of
Miami just
Black
selected
Jews,
its first
Asian
female
Jews,
the first
Hispanic
Democrat to win the
Jews.
city in nearly 30 years. Here's what we know.
We're such enriched with like different cultures.
Yeah,
But
Judaism isn't like you have to be born, your mother must be Jew.
Yeah, but your mother could be Chinese and a Jew.
Yeah, of course not.
The mindful put forth.
It wasn't like that.
No, so yeah, you just got the a different type of Jew that converted. But they do say, so to give like a positive thing to Chucky, so if you're already born a Jew, right, and you're a ladder, so you're already up there, right? Now, Chucky converted to Judaism, he started at the bottom, right? The only way for him to go is up.
Saddled with tax
He's always going to be progressive. So that's why
in
recognition converts are held to like a better standard and also recognized as amazing because their only level they can only go up and up and up. It's a weird thing, but it's something positive for people that convert to Judaism. That's why we're not like Muslims where you just say the Shahada and you're a Muslim and then you don't know nothing about. We traditionally will turn you down 3 times, and then there's different types of like Judaism that will like my sister-in-law, she converted. It took her 4 years.
4
Now
years?
Yeah, but now she's more Jewish than everybody in the family. She buried 16 kids so far. Wow. She's but it took 4 years and
she gave birth to 16 kids.
Yeah, and then because of the big theme, my brother also had to do testing. He was born a Jew. Like our grandfather is a rabbi, my brother is now a rabbi, but he had to go back and forth to do tests as well to see that it wasn't just her. He had to do it too. It's like, but then I hear Jews that I converted in a weekend. No, I don't know. Like
that must be progressive.
I don't like that shit, but
I converted just for half like an afternoon, and then I converted back.
You converted for the sex, I know.
Just for like a one Shabbat dinner, and then I converted back.
That was it, yeah.
Okay, you put the AI in the chat.
I know, yes. Everybody the chat's got the website. I just don't want to take that song down that Daniel put because it's so good. But everybody want to click on it. There's an AI bot. You can ask the rabbi there any question. Uncle Norm's here.
Yo, what's up?
Come on stage, Uncle Norm.
And we got the song, like, share, and subscribe, as they say.
Yeah, like, share, subscribe, follow.
I would love to convert, to be honest, but I don't know if I have the courage. Not during this time.
Why?
No, it's everything that happened, like.
Yeah, you become a target automatically.
Yeah.
Yo, brother Joe, if I can give you some advice, man, just go to your local synagogue, wherever you at in the world. Just go to your local synagogue, talk to the rabbi, man. Learn, study. It's beautiful. Judaism changed my life.
Okay. See if it's for you. You don't have to go and say, I'm here to convert. Just say, I want to learn. And it'll come natural if you do, follow it fully, or you just learn about it. But I guarantee it's addictive, bro. You're gonna fall in love.
Yeah. And that's funny that you said that though, BB, because that's initially how I stumbled across. I wasn't really religious, growing up. Having Latino parents, of course, I went to church, and like we would always. So I know the Bible very well, and so I was curious. In the Christian Bible, it talks about the Jews being God's chosen people. So, where I grew up at, there's a synagogue, a really big synagogue. So I just happened to walk by one day, and they were in there praying. And I said, man, I just came here just to study. I'm interested in, your guys' take pretty much in the Bible. And they said, okay, well, you're more than welcome to, pray with us if you like, or you can come back at, 30 minutes and we're going to have a lecture. So I went there, I've been with my first, I didn't stand in the minion. But it was just cool, man. Like, I went for one study session. Next thing you know, I'm getting invited to Shabbos dinner. I'm getting invited to the holidays, and it just kind of happened,
Yo, listen, I got a question. Do you go to the Jewish gathering where people, a lot of Jews be sitting around?
You said, do I go?
Yeah, like, do you go like to a place? Is there a place like gathering for the Jews? Because like Muslims, they got mosque, right? They go to the mosque. And
great question.
Oh, yeah, so the synagogue?
Sometimes they go to the community center as well.
Yeah, the people call it like synagogue, temple, shul. The place where we go and pray.
Yeah.
And congregate. It's a congregation.
Okay, yeah, that's nice. Shuki, and how like when you go there right now, right? Like people are chilling with you, like it's like you're one of the team, or how it is?
No, they put their COVID mask on and they keep me in the corner.
They don't say hi.
That's the answer you wanted. Nah, they love me, man. I've been welcomed with open arms, man.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's nice, bro.
Some of the community centers even have a basketball court, and I would put the rabbis on skates pretty much when we play.
Oh.
Especially in the country that I am now, that I'm in right now currently. I go to the chief rabbi's house for Shabbos every Friday. Like they love me out here.
No, yeah. You was in the Niger, right?
You said what?
You wasn't you in a Muslim country right now?
It's mixed. It's mixed.
What can you say what country you are in right now?
I would refer to
in Asia, but listen, isn't like some place in Asia, right?
Yeah, it's somewhere in Asia.
Okay, damn, bro, they got Jews there too.
Absolutely.
We're all over the world, man. And even in my native country, man, in the Caribbean, there's Jews all over. In fact, Cuba was the first country in the Caribbean to open up, to allow the Jews to come there, during the Holocaust, then the Dominican Republic, then Puerto Rico, then Jamaica. There's Jews all over, man.
There's Jews in Bangkok, in Thailand.
Yeah, Thailand.
In Russia.
I've seen Jews. The place that shocked me the most was in Japan. I was in Japan during Passover one year, and I'm looking around like, as I needed, some supplies for Passover. Lo and behold, I find a Chabad in Japan. I was like, oh my God, like, what is this? So I ended up, making some arrangements through the chaplain to get some supplies, and it was fun.
Yo, I think it's crazy, man, because I've never seen anything that is Jewish here in Norway, ever.
There's a big Jewish community in Norway.
There have been Jews that made it to the moon. Jews made it to outer space.
Is that why Muhammad split it?
We're opening up
Like,
in Gaza.
Like I've never seen the Star of David like on a wall or something,
In 2050, we're gonna have a Chabad on the moon. I'm serious.
No, that's crazy, cause
we need one in Williamsburg first.
We already have a Chabad. The biggest Chabad in the world, like, is in Brooklyn.
Bro, there's a lot of Jews in New York City, man.
Yeah, 770, man. Like, that's the biggest on Eastern Parkway. That's the biggest Chabad of the world. Like, it's there.
We got one in Brighton Road.
Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has a right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Theory, and Frida Perabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your filling will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch a mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will. Take your filling will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. Man has the right to kill those who thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under the law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Freda Perabo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. though a commercial republic was the aggressor. In the very war that ended in her destruction, Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio returned. Gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage, and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object to the other Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable aim, which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis Court. In the government of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may so express it, almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the importunities of their representatives, upon various occasions, dragged their monarchs into war, or continued them in it, contrary to their inclinations, and sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austrian Barbary, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favored leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last-mentioned nations have, in a great measure, grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations have borne the nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, are yet remote from the happy empire of perfect wisdom, perfect perfect virtue. Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk. Let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government. Let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declare. Because when once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country or other contracted influence may place men in state assemblies or senates or courts of justice or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice, never experienced the want of proper persons, which is not uncommon in some of the states. Hence, it will result that the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, treaties and articles of treaties, as well as the laws of nations, will always be expounded in one sense and executed in the same manner. Whereas adjudications on the same points and questions in 13 states or in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always accord and be consistent, and that, as well from the variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments, as from the different local laws and interests which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the convention in committing such questions to the jurisdiction judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much amended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in 1 or 2 states to swerve from good faith and justice, but those temptations not reaching the other states, and consequently having little or no influence on the national government, temptation will be fruitless, and good faith and justice be preserved. The treaty of peace with written at great weight to this reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do, result from circumstances peculiar to the state and may affect a great number of the inhabitants. The governing party may not always be able, if willing, to prevent the injustice meditated or to punish the aggressors. But the national government not being affected by those local circumstances will neither be induced to commit the wrong themselves. Nor want power or intimidation that can influence or punish its commission by others.
The utility of a confederacy, as well to suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, as to increase their external force and security, is in reality not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers on the subject of politics. The opponents of the plan proposed have, with greatest assiduity, cited and circulated observations of Montesquieu on the necessity of a contracted territory for a republican government. But they seem not to have been apprised of the sentiments of that great man expressed in another part of his work, nor to have adverted to the consequences of the principle to which subscribed with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. There's 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 and 1 and 1 and 8. First, let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corporate thus thou mayst depart, the fidget babes, the teaseless thought. Next, let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow. So let thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, sweet, softly as a well to live be bound. To love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divine be free from sense, observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs and hands, hour after hour, life
Intense and keen turned inward. Going out on love, six on the cross, securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame, spread and scourge. Burn out like being in one word. Still ecstasy prolonged. The meditation deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract my attention from the chosen act. All these things in one power time. At the midnight blossom flower. The one that says, yeah, even in this my son, no shall not do if our straining, let's show back when the rapture's darkling mood. Discarding name from silence, stress, even an inside consciousness. Reach to the heart, I leave here, the master I live here. Lying in settles apart, a brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being in one and one made. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Corpse rigid fast now, born, fidget babes, the teasers part. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular, and slow, so that thy being in tune with the great seas set fixed wound. First thy life be pure and calm, sway softly as a well to love be bound to the one of the profound. Fifth let the thought divine be free from sense of service and testing. Watch every thought that springs and has hour after hour like vigilance. Intense and keen turned inward miss. No atom of analysis. 6 on my thoughts securely pinned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Mix till that ecstasy prolonged. By meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Blast all these things in one or power time. Let the midnight blossom flower. The one this is, yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. So like a flame tree, burn up the being in one word. It's still ecstasy, oh, my meditation deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract my attention from the chosen act. That's all these things in one power time at the midnight blossom flower. This is yet even this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss.
Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have if disunited to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This this cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so thoroughly
The first tweet was before the assassination, so it couldn't possibly have anything to do with who I thought did the assassination, because the assassination hadn't happened. So the first tweet was before the assassination, like a month before, and it was just something I had heard that the rumor was going around, I guess you could say, that Charlie Kirk feared for his life. So that tweet has nothing to do with who afterwards I thought, committed the murder. I think the question is still up in the air. I think it is most likely has something to do with Israel. But I don't have too much evidence for that. It's more of a lack of evidence and a general pattern of events that leads me to believe that. At the same time, the official story is the left did it. The left is acting like they did it. Sort of that tweet. The second tweet is just in the worldview that I feel like most left people have is we killed Charlie Kirk, we got away with it. So that's what I'm speaking to. The fact that the left wing, if that's who did it, then got away with it and got only good things out of it, basically. And I'm pointing to the weakness of the right wing to treat the threats against us with the appropriate seriousness. Now, whether or not it was a leftist, I still don't know. I still think it's up in the air, and I have a lot of unanswered questions about the patsy they have now, who I don't believe we have the full story on. So, still the left has benefited. The left acts like they did it. The left believes they did it. The official story is the left that did it. Personally, I have questions about that story, but it doesn't matter because the widespread perception is that the left did it and got away with it. And so that's what matters in informing the left's behavior into the future.
Do you think also? Do you think that I widespread opinion? Because I would say the vast majority.
I can't hear both of y'all at once. Sorry, Matt.
Sorry, go ahead, Matt. Let me ask. Go ahead, Matt.
How do you feel about the genocide in Gaza?
Yeah, I know.
How do I feel about the genocide? Yeah, I'm strongly against the genocide in Gaza.
Yeah,
locally, and since before October 7th, yes.
As they really show.
Sorry?
It is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, no one said that. What the argument was, and I will come to that, Harrison. The argument was that although you've no doubt about it, you've been speaking out against the genocide in Gaza. You spoke about it before October the 7th. I've seen the clip of your very first video where you spoke about it in InfoWars. There's no doubt about that. But on the other hand, you are a presenter on InfoWars. InfoWars does perpetuate Zionist agendas and Zionist talking points. And one example, or many examples of that, is attacking Muslims in the United States of America and the UK and various other countries intentionally, which is the actual objectives of Zionists. Because if you look at these big Jewish Zionist billionaires like Robert Schulman.
I get it. All you're saying is that Zionist interests overlap with my interests. It has nothing to do with Zionism in my or our calculus. I'm for the Western culture. I'm for Western civilization. I'm for America, heritage Americans, black, white men, white girls, heritage Americans, but that's who I'm in favor of. That's who I'm for. That's who I'm fighting for. And it's a Christian country, and I'm fighting for Christianity. So I'm against Muslims infiltrating Western countries. I'm against Zionists controlling Western countries. These are not contradictory. They're just both my enemies. Like you seem to treat it as if there's two teams, and you get confused when somebody doesn't fall nicely into one of those teams. It's more like rock, paper, scissors. It's more like I got two enemies, not one, and both of them are encroaching on my civilization and my heritage. And that's not even to say that I think either of those groups are my enemies. It's just culturally, politically, those are the forces that I'm working against. Two of many forces. I'm also against the Chinese. I'm also against communists and socialists in my own country. I'm also against the Christians that call themselves Christians but are hanging out in Israel getting talking points. I'm against all these things. So there's nothing contradictory about this. There's nothing Zionist about not wanting Muslims to take over your country, just like there's nothing Muslim about not wanting Zionists to control your country. This all seems very clear-cut and obvious to me, and to the idea of InfoWars promoting Zionist talking points. No, we're against the Muslim takeover as we've always been. And if you watch InfoWars recently, it's absolutely anti-Zionist, and Alex goes out of his way to condemn what Israel, Netanyahu, the Zionists are doing in general. But there's also a deliberate overriding message of unity of all Americans of any race, color, and creed that aren't trying to dominate, take over, control, subvert, manipulate other groups. So, with such
unless they're Christians, of course.
What's that?
I said unless they're Christians, it's okay for them to dominate the rest of the Americans.
In Christian countries, yeah, exactly.
So, Harrison, this is obviously where you basically are misunderstanding my point, right? Because I'm not saying you have to be on one side or the other. This is a complete misconception of the point. What I'm saying is, of course, if there is such a claimed invasion, in reality, of course, you would speak out against it because, as you said, you are a Christian guy, you believe in the white population or whatever it is, you believe in all of these positions, and that's fine to do so, no problem whatsoever. Where the disagreement is where basically people like InfoWars or yourself push things that are demonstrably false with this claim that there is a Muslim takeover. When, for example, in the United States of America, there clearly isn't a Muslim takeover based on numbers, based on positions of power. And in reality, when this is done, is because the
Okay. I don't care how far along the takeover has gone. I don't want to just start in the first place. So, what have I pushed that's fake? I gotta go, but I do appreciate you letting me on and clearing the air. But what have I said that's fake? That's not true.
So, for example, just now I put the tweet out. There was, for example, I'll give you an example, a recent one. Jake Lang went to Dearborn, Michigan. Jake Lang is a Jewish Zionist.
I know that. What did I say about that? That wasn't true.
You said, if I remember again from the top of my head, you said something like, these Muslims are abusing this Christian man or whatever, these Christian men, and that is propaganda because in reality, Jake Lang went into that city to...
I wasn't even talking, I wasn't referencing Jake Lang there. I was referencing the abuse of the Christian citizens by the Muslim city councilmen who basically dismissed the Christians' concerns about the call to prayer. Like, it's illegal to air the call of prayer, but they do it anyway, and Christian citizens keep complaining, and this city council doesn't do anything about it. And there are lots of examples of this. There's another video that went viral today. That was a guy complaining that his Muslims have taken over. I think it was Richardson, Texas, and people who were walking around demonstrating were arrested and investigated, even though all they were doing was speaking, saying things, whereas Muslim men that showed up with guns and tried to intimidate people weren't even charged. So there's a pattern of Muslims taking over areas in America and then benefiting their co-religionists, and I'm against that, and that's factual, and has nothing to do with Jake Lang, except that the reason they were targeting Dearborn was because examples of this had cropped up in the recent past. So I'm glad that clears. I hope that clears everything up. I really don't have time for any more, so I do have to go. But I appreciate it.
On the day when Jake Lang went, so you're clearly talking about it.
I was talking about why Dearborn was the location of the march and why it was an appropriate location. Yeah, exactly. I don't lie, so don't say.
So he wasn't a Christian guy. Okay.
Well, he says he's Christian, and in the Christian religion, you can convert to Christianity, and I have no reason to question his conversion, so I'll call him a Christian man if that's what he defines himself by, even though I guess he's ethnically Jewish.
He is indeed ethnically Jewish. Probably would have been good to highlight that and put that and the fact that he's at the wall.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bye.
He left. He didn't wanna have the back and forth, which is fine. At least he did come up. But yeah, he was. This is the thing. They just want to come for a short period of time, make the points. Joe.
So do you feel they should have talked to him now?
No, I do believe they should have talked to him, but as you can see, he. I was gonna push back on that one, but then Matt Baker jumped in. I was gonna say that Matt Baker made it about Islam, so we ended up talking about that. But before Matt Baker jumped in, I was gonna say that, wait a sec, why is it on the tweet you basically blamed left-wing people? And actually now Harrison Smith himself is saying it's not Israel. He didn't think it was Israel, and his original tweet wasn't about Israel.
No, he did say it. He said, I do think it's Israel, but I don't know.
Well, he said both. Then he said, oh, he might be a left-wing person.
It could be. What do you think?
What was his original tweet?
Who do you think it was?
What was his original tweet actually now? Because I just assumed that based on what everybody's saying that he said it was Israel.
It was.
He thinks it's Sam Parker and the Mormon people.
No, that's a joke. I think so much of what he says. He thinks the friends of Charlie Kirk said that Charlie Kirk was afraid that Israel was going to assassinate him. That's what the tweet was.
Oh, did the tweet actually say Israel?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, what I was gonna ask you. Sorry.
That's what started it before Renaissance. That's why I jumped on the Israel bandwagon.
Well, my point still stands, and the thing is, what I was going to ask him, but then you jumped in, Matt, and made about the Muslim issue, which again, and then he said his point and then ran off. But the thing is, in terms of what I was going to ask him was that on his specific tweet, though, I know he's given this thing that left-wing people believe in, but you actually said yourself as an individual that the left did it. That's what I was going to ask him, but then you jumped in because that's what he said.
Well, you did say that. And I think he responded.
Well, I read the tweet out to him, and then he made his excuse, and then I was going to say, but you, and then my response was going to be when you did that. But this specific line says that the left killed him. You're saying it, therefore you're believing it. So can you explain it?
Well, do you remember you were on a space, and actually you're on YouTube, and you were on Infowars at one point, and you said, well, it's American to have protests and this and that. And you were on there. And you're saying, yeah, we should be able to protest and this and that. And I saw you on YouTube, and you were saying, if I forget it was Egypt or some country, you were on the YouTube channel, and you said if there was an uprising, you as a Muslim would just shut it down and crushed it. Remember that?
Yeah, you're talking about Syria. You're talking about the Syrian rebellion.
Yeah, that you would stop any protests.
So there's two things. So because it's a very good question actually, and I think it's a fair question to ask. So the first thing is, I do believe that a person should have a right to protest and the right to speak out against what they disagree with, right? And
crush it. That's what you said. That's a quote.
Yeah, I'm gonna explain it, man.
I know, but Matt, you don't let him answer. He heard what you said. Let him answer because I want to hear the answer as well. Oh my God, this is not the Matt Swinton show.
Come on, I love all of you guys. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you a question because I think it's a good question to ask. It's a good question. I do believe in this ability to protest for sure. The issue what you had with Syria specifically was, because that's what you're talking about, in Syria there was a Arab Spring which was manufactured by the West. They intentionally pushed it by Israel, by the United States of America. It was not organic. They intentionally did it. What I said was with Bashar al-Assad, and you're talking about my conversation with Scott Horton, because both of us agreed that the protests were inorganic. Both of us agreed that they were manufactured from externally outside of Syria. Therefore, those protests weren't real people protesting. It was in order to cause a color revolution in Syria. Now, when you deal with an attempt at a color of revolution, a rebellion, an overthrowing, there's a few ways to deal with it. One is you allow them to do what they're doing and hope they disperse. This was Scott Horton's position. He thought if they would just protest, that they were a bit natural and maybe they'll disperse. I said that no, I don't. I think that they were not natural. It was a color revolution, and the only way to deal with something like that is to be tough and just to stop it immediately. Because what happened was, when they allowed it to continue, it cascaded. The US started putting it on their TV shows, America, Britain, UK, Western civilization, Israeli Mossad, then they started putting Israeli agents in there, and West people from outside trying to rebel, and then you basically had complete destruction of the society. And after 15 years, millions of people killed, millions of people injured, millions of people dislocated, injured and displaced from their place. So it was more an analysis saying that that's how probably would have been the best way to deal with it.
This can't possibly still be going. Diego, do you do anything with your time in life? 7 days? Precisely 7 days? I'm recording over 150 hours and fucking wasting your time? Hello?
Which I don't agree with. So in America, it's different. So you guys have that, right? So in America, if there's an attempt, let's say there's an attempt to overthrow the U.S. government, would you just allow them to do it?
Well, when you have streets, and they're definitely having external influence, would it not be in your same logic that you would just crush them because they're causing discord and possible chances to overthrow the government?
I missed the first bit. Second.
Wouldn't you say that when protests happen in America, which many of them do have external forces and external people, that we would, at the same time, with your same logic, then just say we just need to crush them and shut them down? When you stand up and say we have to keep these rights to protest in America, but when they're in a Muslim country, you yourself say if you were in control, you would just crush it and shut it down.
Yeah, so you missed two points. First of all, Western society is different to the Arab countries. This is why I prefer Western society. It's completely different. But the second thing is,
who runs the country and who's running the discourse and the problems.
But the second thing is, if I was the president, I don't think much of it. If I was the president of the United States of America, if I was the president of the United States of America, and there was an attempt to overthrow the U.S. government, a rebellion, a color revolution, and they were basically trying to overthrow the government, yes, I would crush the protest. I would crush the rebellion because that's literally what you do. You saw a very minor example of that on Jan 6th. The claim is, I don't believe it to be true, but the claim was that they were doing an insurrection. Let's say there was a real insurrection. Let's say there was a real attempt to overthrow the U.S. government. You can either allow it to happen and let your country be overthrown, or you crush it. So I believe in that scenario, you got to crush it.
And you don't think that the giant protests all over the American cities, even though I'm for and against the Israel takeover, and they agree, there's no nuance that you can't agree with. It's like you can't be anti-Israel and also be questioning Candace, but you can't. Everyone has to be on one side or the other. There's literally no nuance. You can't say, hey, I think there's a problem with external forces causing protests in America, which are causing serious problems and could possibly lead to overthrows now or in the future that could be crushed, that you think have to have the right to stand.
Okay, no. This is a problem, you see, because this is a very important distinction. It's about direct or not direct. This is like the idea of free speech. If someone directly incites violence, I think we all agree that person should be incarcerated. But for example, if someone says something indirectly, which then people could probably argue that may lead to violence, that should not be something that's stopped. So you're talking about direct and indirect. So no, if someone does protest, that
or anything like that, they weren't. You're saying that the pro-Palestine protests weren't like outside the White House and weren't like acting in the way of a color revolution, at least from a.
No, they weren't. How was it trying to overthrow the president of the United States of America? They weren't doing that.
Well, they were calling for him to be taken out. There were people calling for him to be murdered. I mean, come on.
No, nobody was trying to.
At the Palestinian?
Nobody was trying. Yeah. Sorry?
No. Oh, I'm so sorry. So at the Palestinian protest, you're saying that? I want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah.
I've been to, okay, so as a Palestinian, if it's okay, and I'm sorry.
That's
Matt, every time you talk about someone, you sound awful. You kill us. You're killing the listener.
decorations. If you guys want to ask me one more question before I go, so you don't say I ran away or something, then go ahead.
Sorry, Solomon, I interrupted you, but
I think you wanted to push back on the Palestinian protests, so like.
100%. If you're saying that the Palestinian protests, we were calling for Donald Trump or any president of the United States to be killed, I would really love to know which protests you've been at. I've been to ones in New York, I've been to ones in DC, I've been to ones in California, I've been to several. There's some really, I don't want to say 100, I want to say at least 3 dozen at a minimum. So, and by the way, that also includes college campuses. So I'm happy to take those questions too from an alma mater, which is Columbia. So I'd love to know where you saw that or how, because I will be the first person to come out against that. And I would venture to guess that 80% of the people that are actually at those protests also would come out against that, because that's not what we're about. We're not about violence. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. But we're not about violence. We're about, hold on, Matt, please, 1 second, please. We're not about violence. We're not about violence. This movement is not about violence. It is about human rights. It is about the right to life.
Free Palestine, I agree, 100%.
Yeah, but where have you ever seen that, brother? Where have you ever seen that the Palestinian protests have ever said to kill Donald Trump?
I've seen them talk about deposing him. I've seen them talk about taking over the country. I mean, there's individual weirdos that say bullshit that anybody could point to. I'm just saying, I mean, if you want me to really find one, I'm sure I can.
But that's not a color revolution. That's not a foreign intervention to overthrow the government. You're talking about a sad, loon probably that wants that. You can find that in every country. When Biden was in power, Suleiman literally went over to America and went to those student encampments, and you could probably find the footage because he interviewed the students there. All right, he went to quite a few. And they were all about peace, and this was under Biden. It's not even about Trump. And all they wanted was stop funding Israel and stop our taxes going to kill children. Now, if you want to go across America and find one loon that says, I want Trump on, or I want this, that's not a color revolution. That's not what happened in Syria. Syria's been destroyed. You literally put a 10 million bounty on a terrorist and then took it off and welcomed him in the White House with a red carpet. Do you want any more evidence that it was by the West that they destroyed that country? And you know what? When I get American and British people complain about, the Syrians that are coming into our country, call out what we did in Syria first, because we did that. We destroyed their country. We don't want those migrants, but you know what? Hold our governments to account. So when Harrison comes up here and talks about, the Muslims are taking over, first call out our governments for what they do in these foreign lands. Because Syria didn't have to happen, we did it for Israel. Israel now does tours. Israel does tours in Syria and says this is our land. We've got Israeli tours. You can go to this area. Or in fact, we're going to extend from Golan Heights even further in. We're going to put new boundaries in place. I mean, what the hell is going on?
So I'm just saying that random people and foreign intervention can be used, and individuals can be used as poster children for every single thing to turn us against one another. And like someone said before, at the same time, the AI takeover is happening. Palantir is taking over, and we're all sitting around worrying about Egyptian planes and arguing about Ian Carroll and Candace Owens. And I love you guys. And I love Harrison Smith, and I love this country, and I love the Muslim people. I'm just saying, everyone has their own, dog in the fight, and there's a lot of foreign influence around the houses on every angle. And if any single protest being said to have a foreign influence, then Suleiman would just shut it down. I'm not going to go on about it because I love Suleiman and he's a fucking G, and I'm not trying to fight with you guys.
You're misstating what I said. Either you're misunderstanding or misstating. So I don't know if it's a lack of understanding. Do you know what a color revolution is?
Well, it's when you get a group of people in the streets all waving a specific flag to have a overthrow. Okay,
let me make it easy. Do you know what an insurrection is? On the national field program.
I was just gonna bring that up. Matt, what you're saying, it reminds me of how everybody was accusing Trump for inciting an insurrection. He wasn't, right? I'm sure you're aware that he wasn't inciting an insurrection.
Like, bro, come on. I'm just trying to keep everybody on the straight and narrow here.
Do you know what insurrection is? Focused on turning point USA.
Yeah, overthrow the government.
Becoming more efficient. Rebellion to overthrow the government. Do you, if there was an insurrection, unifying again, the government that you're in charge of, what would you do? Company-wide metrics and goals.
Well, the theory is, yeah, you would squash it. But I just know the way you said it on your
expanded role. Please join me in congratulating Justin on this new role with the organization. As always, thank you for everything each of you do for Turning Point USA. Now, let's get back to work and save America. Thank you. Signed, Charlie Kirk, founder and CEO. This is a week before he died.
And isn't that the position of Tyler Boyers?
No. Hold on. Damn it, Noxie. Really?
Noxie, best co-host of 2025.
Oh my God. Completely lost my train of thought.
You were reading.
Well, that sounds like
you guys aren't going to derail my space. Bottom right corner, everybody, please repost the space. As CEO, right? Why isn't she out here talking about this? I think it's awfully convenient that the Justice Department sends out a memo to Erica Kirk saying that Turning Point will not be investigated for financial wrongdoing, right? That she's playing ball. But on the same note, we have this letter from Charlie Kirk saying that he wanted Doge to make it more efficient and look at the financials, and then a week later he's dead. Why isn't she addressing that, right? The reason why they look so suspect is because there's all of these glaring things. The Israel text message, the Doge letter, right? All within a week of his demise, his assassination, and none of it's being addressed. Instead, they are gaslighting us about Tyler Robinson before he's had his trial, and then telling anybody who asks questions about these things that they are evil if they ask these questions, right? Why is that? She's CEO. She should be answering about Doge. Did this get carried out? What were the findings, right? That letter is up in the Jumbotron. You can respond now, Noxie. I wasn't ready yet.
No, you're fine. I'm sorry I interrupted. But no, I was thinking that Tyler Boyer was actually the COO, and then he was put down, and then this other guy was put up.
I don't know. I thought Boyer was Turning Point Action, I thought.
No, I think he got moved to Turning Point Action and was removed as the COO, and then this guy took over.
All right, go ahead, Timmy.
So that's really interesting because there were 4 different entities that were created around Turning Point, and Charlie Kirk might not have been aware of all of them. And one of them, Tyler Bowden, moved $8 million to. The average salary over a 6-month period for each one of the people was like $365,000 is what it was estimated at. And then there were a couple of interesting payments that were made that anybody that was performing due diligence would have at least looked in, like, seeing if there was a physical address. And there was this one of the payments was made to like 110 LLC.
Yeah, and they were saying that it was a parking lot, but it really wasn't a parking lot. It's actually the UPS store that's there that has a P.O. box. So it's a P.O. box address. People are got all up in arms about that, but having a P.O. box is actually very common.
Yes, it is, but not for necessarily movements of that amount of money. Those are usually places that have you would send that to your accountant, you would send that to your lawyer, or I worked for a couple of wealthy families that were that bad credit. If it wasn't for us, we literally opened their mail. We paid their bills, we did everything. When you're getting to a money of a certain size and amount, you're not sending stuff to a P.O. box.
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Yeah, it seems like why wouldn't it be to one of their offices? They have plenty of offices, real offices. That's a good point. That's a good point. Let's go to Slick Dog. Go ahead.
Hey, Timothy, can you read that last part of the sentence in that letter on company culture?
Yeah, it says, okay, I'll read you want me to read
just like the last half of that last sentence.
Well, I'll just read, in this role, I have empowered Justin, among many other priorities, to engage in an organizational-wide Doge effort. Justin will be assembling a small team to assist in this effort, which is focused on Turning Point USA. 1, becoming more efficient. 2, becoming more cost-effective. 3, unifying organizational success around company-wide metrics and goals.
And 4, reshaping company culture.
Could reshaping company culture have been leaving the pros really cause?
It very well could have been. I guess
that's what I thought when I first read that letter. So that's just something to think about. Is
this guy still their CEO, COO?
I don't know.
Can somebody, listeners or anyone on the panel?
But that would be a good. That's another question that we may not get the answer to. But company culture. I mean, I work in the area of compliance, and company culture is important. And shifting company culture is difficult. And I don't have the letter in front of me, but then when it was 4 points, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's its own.
Yeah, it was a mandate. It was a mandate outside of the COO role. It was in that Doge paragraph.
Yeah.
And all of those things were in there.
Yeah. Briefly, in terms of the virtue signaling by Erica and the timing of him with the book and trying to have Candace in person next week, I'm more with the Nazi camp that it tactically, strategically for Candace, she made that statement long ago that she would stop if Erica tells her. And it is better that she start that break this week rather than, at whatever they have. It's the 15th, right? They're doing the show where Erica's there, looks in the camera, and says, Candace, please stop. So I think tactically it's better that.
So, you think this is the last week of Candace doing this? I don't think so.
No, I don't either. I'm saying that's why.
You think that? Oh, wait. Are you saying that Candace is flipping that previous commitment on its head right now?
I think she's using this as an opportunity to make a break from that commitment. The one quote from Star Wars.
I hadn't considered that.
Empire Strikes Back, Darth Vader, I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate they used the villain, but I get it.
It would be very difficult if you could imagine either whether she streamed, whether she was physically present or not present at all. If they had done that, Erica gets to me first and says, Candace, you said you'd stop, but don't ask me to stop. Well, I'm asking you to stop right now. So it's better that Candace get out ahead and start.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point, because I think that you can see that they're leading up to that. So yeah, you're right.
That's all I got.
Yep. Good. That's a valid point. Let's go to Effing. Go ahead.
Hey, Diligent Noxie. Hey, I mean, what's the most valuable thing about Turning Point? In my opinion, maybe you were searching for this, Diligent. It's the vote. The power they have. I mean, that was Charlie won the election pretty much for Trump. You got the 2028 coming up, or 2026 coming up.
Every time I show
street money, and maybe from the political side of it. That's why they're getting all these people, the influencers, to say, to go against candidates.
It's definitely one of the factors, right? Because it's an extremely influential organization.
But as the CEO, here's Candace, Charlie's friend, went to #1 podcast just by talking about this. And she would have gone and sat beside her and said, hey, let's figure this out. Oh my God, the party would not be split right now. Everybody would be together, right? So it kind of makes me think she's culpable. There's something really stinking going on. Why wouldn't she? I mean, she was her friend. She was Charlie's friend. Why would his wife, push that away? Why not embrace that? Candace is a journalist or reporter. He's trying to get to the bottom of it.
Not only that, she was a great friend of Charlie's. It is a again, I've been saying this all along, they have shot themselves in the foot, right?
They're thinking. And how would it have turned out? How would it have turned out if she'd gone the other way and gone and embraced Candace, saying, hey, let's figure this out, go and gave her her blessing, then think how this would be going right now. TPU, I don't think TP would be sinking. They would be, we wouldn't be divided. I don't think we would be divided.
Well, I don't know.
I think that TPUSA was not as the establishment. Well, maybe it was. I think that TPUSA, it can be a well-funded machine, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be attractive to youth like it was without him. And instead of trying to...
It died with Charlie.
The allure definitely died with Charlie. And I think what they're saying, it seems like what I kind of sense here is that they're like, well, we don't need your approval. We don't need to be popular with you because, they're going to Mar-a-Lago and they're in with the establishment and they're getting money from the establishment. And there's an elitist mentality to it, right? It has this elitist vibe.
The establishment doesn't vote. I mean, but Charlie brought the young vote, the college vote. Remember when it was before, when he would go to the colleges, all the leftists would be all against him. Now at the end, there would be a leftist up there and be a boot.
Good point. I mean, they could have definitely. Well, and this is what makes them look so sorry.
I'm a speaker.
Again, they shot themselves in the foot. Not just Candace, but anybody.
This is called Diligent Denizen. You might like it. I know Ben can't let go of your disentangled relationship, but maybe you guys want to hear something new as opposed to yourself talking all day long.
Why are they not arm in arm with us asking fucking questions? Why is that? That is what makes them look suspect, right? Why would you not why are you not curious? Where is your curiosity? Oh, well, we know because the government told us. Candace was right to invoke COVID-19. It is the same shit. They're telling you to trust the institutions, right? Erica said it today on Fox. She said, I trust the judicial system. That's what she said. I trust the judicial system. And she even stuttered when she said it. I don't know if anyone's caught that. It was almost like she couldn't actually get it out smoothly, right? She stuttered a little bit. And I just, you're absolutely right, though.
It sunk Temple in a matter of days. He's gone profitable now.
Yeah, well, he's on the whole hating Candace bandwagon, and they're all doing a big circle. They're doing a big homosexual circle jerk right now, and all around Candace. It's pretty gay, actually. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ed.
Yeah, pretty close to what I've been thinking, which is going back to the real question: who killed Charlie and why? And for Erica's actions, now either she has 100% reason to believe it was Tyler and he was a lone crazy kid. There was no other organization that was working with him. There was no other situation. Either that, or she knows how it happened and it's not concerning to her, which isn't good either. Otherwise, you would think they would constantly be saying, as you were kind of implying, if anybody has any information, we could use it. Anybody's been afraid to come out, whatever. I mean, many situations like that, you don't know for sure. And I would think Erica would want to know 100%. If anybody about their spouse would want to be 100% sure before you put it to rest and not bringing up the questions. And as you said,
she's too busy telling you that Charlie was Hebrew and wants to sell you his book.
Shabbat Shalom, family.
You can't make this shit up, dude. It's fucking crazy. Go ahead, Lola.
Yeah, you can't make it up. Yeah, what I had on my mind tonight, I wanted to tell you guys. So they're all gonna be speaking next week, and I think it's gonna be interesting when Tucker talks, right? So he's kind of like entering the picture right now of this whole discussion.
Did you listen to it all day? The whole thing? He actually said
no. I said
he actually said he was going to stay out of it, and this is why, because he knows all of the people involved. That was what the clip said.
Got it. I thought he said he's like, I know the Egypt stuff is a fact. Like, why would you even say that?
Like, but then he posted a video selfie after that. It's up in the jump. Well, it's on my timeline. I don't think I put it in the Jumbotron. It's not there. But if you go to my profile, there's that whole 5-minute clip, and at the end of it, he says, "For these reasons, because I know all of these people. I know Candace. I know Erica. I know Blake. I am going to not get involved." And that he gave himself an out.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it'd be curious to see when they're on stage next week, not just the Charlie stuff, the whole Israel stuff. It's just gonna be interesting for the GOP party in general, what their talking points are. So that's the only reason I watch. I've never been a fan of.
It is kind of like the GOP that's gonna be there, right?
It's all GOP event. It's not something they're going to invite me to. I'm more of the Steve Bannon side of the party. So, it's going to be straight GOP establishment to the court.
Was pretty tight with Epstein. Bannon?
No, I'm talking about his political guy. He's a national populist. So he's like American.
I'm just curious, if that was.
But I'm just saying my ideology's like Bannon. But let me just say this. This is what I wanted to say, this is why the GOP, they don't have a backbone, man. This is their chance to step up and take Candace on. And they just look weak. They've been this way since I was a little kid. Weak as hell.
They're using Erica right now. They're hiding under a widow's skirt.
Oh, my God. She's the only person I'm giving a pass to because of what she's going through. Why is she the only one up, I don't know, man. It's just frustrating. And then Benny and all these people need to get exposed. They're weak, and they need to get exposed in order for the GOP to get.
You mean Tim Pool's not your guy? He's not your conservative?
No.
He's not your conservative Jesus?
No.
He's not really? Is it because of his beanie? Or is it because of his...
No, I'll tell you why. Even Charlie, I wasn't a fan of Charlie either. Charlie's was only good for Arizona ground game. They won Trump Arizona. That was their mission. They did that. I was proud, and that was it.
But organization had massive niche national outreach. Like, he was not just Arizona. Their impact.
That was their right, but their goal was to win Arizona for Trump. That's why.
Yo, they got brother Nathaniel on the stage.
Election. He's like, I'm gonna win this Arizona. He did that, and I was fine and happy. But everybody else around him won't talk about the real problems with the GOP. GOP. No one's going to talk about it. They're weak. They won't stand up for any kind of law.
There's really a space about the GOP.
Yeah, I know.
More about
right. But they're all weak. They're all weak. They're all weak. Look at it. That's all I got to say. See you, bud.
Thanks, Will. Maze, I don't know how long you've been listening, so hopefully your ears haven't been adulterated by other women yet. What is your opinion on Candace taking the bait from Erica Kirk on Fox News this morning? Like, Erica obviously came out and said that, people were, disparaging her family at TPUSA and the Charlie Kirk show, and were making hundreds of thousands of dollars per episode doing it, and it's not right, and all of this. And then Candace, without speaking Candace's name, I should add, but then Candace did directly respond to her in her show. I thought that the Erica Kirk statement on Fox was bait to lure Candace into going after Erica, and so that they could clip it and then run it as some kind, make her, appear as some kind of villain who attacks a grieving widow. And then I believe that Candace gave them what they wanted, even though she didn't attack Erica. It was close enough to where it could be taken out of context and portrayed as such. I think that was a error on Candace's part. This is my opinion. Do you agree with my assessment or disagree? Mace? I guess the only way that you can win is not to play, huh? Luna, did you watch the Candace show? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what is your opinion?
I'm like pro Candace.
Usually I love having so many women on my stages, but I don't know. It's kind of like.
Wait, Maze is back. She's back.
She's not.
Yeah, my bad. My reception's bad. I'm going in and out. But what'd you say?
Oh hell no! I'm not repeating all that again.
Okay, wait, real quick. Just clip notes. He was asking you. What do you think on the bait?
Fuck that bitch!
I think that the Erica spot, the Erica hit on Fox was bait to lure Candace to go after her, and I feel like Candace did what they wanted. Do you agree?
Well, I do agree that it was bait, and I agree that she did bite, but she also did carefully. So she was like, "I'm speaking to the CEO, not the grieving mom." Which, I mean, at the same time, though, it's going to be viewed as she's attacking a grieving mother regardless. Like, so I know, she could have completely sidestepped it all together, but that wouldn't have been Candace. I already know. So, but I agree it was bait, and I think that this is going to probably backfire a little bit. But at the end of the day, they set her up for it. So what else is she going to do?
I mean, the only way to win those kinds of things is not to play, if you ask me, but that's just me.
What if it's their way of prepping?
It absolutely is prepping for the 15th. It absolutely
Yeah,
is.
well, the 13th, when she's going to basically people are saying that they think that she's going to ask Candace to stop talking about the whole situation. And Candace mentioned today that she knows that she's going to bring her up by name. So what if that's just a way to, like, bait her into making it seem like you're making me want to ask you this, based off of, like, this whole situation?
What? We already went through the 5D chess where this is a play to get Candace out of keeping her commitment to quitting if Erica asks her to.
Oh,
that's why she responded, if that's what you're alluding to. That's a possible strategy here. Zintani, please keep it serious. Otherwise, I'm going to continue on.
I'm eating popcorn in the mic.
Thank you, Zintani. Thank you. Be back up. Thank you. Go ahead, dog. Dog name Sam. Go ahead.
What's up, man? What's up, y'all? So I just saw the Erica Kirk thing. I had this theory floating around in my head about what the end game of this could be, right? The possibility of it. And would you guys be surprised if we ended up, looking back 20 years and saying, holy shit, we're witnessing ideological subversion, right? The same thing Yuri Bezmenov was talking about in 84, we've all seen ad nauseum in front of our eyes right now, where you have Turning Point USA in every school in America as like this, as an organization of, pushing an agenda similar to like DARE was, right? Is that is that totally
Do you not think that's what's been going on for the past 20 years?
It's already happened. Texas has already incorporated a TPUSA program into their high schools.
I figured. I knew you'd know, Sarah. I'm sorry, girls. What were we saying, brother?
I'd say Florida has as well. Yeah, that's definitely, that's what makes it so, like, it just grosses me out, because they're obviously carrying out this broader agenda, and they're doing a Weekend at Bernie's version of Charlie Kirk to do it, right? Like, invoking his name all the time to try to make it appear credible, right? And blasting his name everywhere. The empty seat at Mar-a-Lago last weekend. Like, he goes on and on. Like, I can give you 100 examples of probably just in the last 2 months of them doing Weekend at Bernie's with Charlie Kirk to continue to push this agenda. It's gross, dude. Like, I'm not gonna call it out anymore. I'm not gonna be quiet about it.
What if you were a little evidence on the ground once of the homies?
What, dog?
No, that's the thing too. Is like what you were saying is there's just so much to be questioned, and it's such an open-ended question. Like, you start to wonder, and you're not crazy for it, if any of this is fucking real. Which personally, I don't believe it is. But to hear that, I kept myself pretty distant from it, dude, because I was just so overloaded, right? I know when I need to take a step back, but I expected to hear that, Sarah. Good looking out, Harlan. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to more blacks for Trump.
Yeah, once again, we got a really great space. Yeah, I was just writing about the situation as well, and let's say we talk about 5D chess, strategy-wise, or even biblically, turn the other cheek and so on and so forth. If Candace Owens said, and don't take me serious, but just hyperbolic, to hell with Charlie Kirk, and like no skin off my back, I'm done with this matter. Today, Kobe, would everyone be happy? Would Mrs. Kirk be whole and safer? Would this theater be done with? And let the chips fall where they may. So in the hood colloquial, miss me with the bullshit, like get out, like, even on the strategy. So, like, I'm looking at this situation because we're dealing with state, we're dealing with, political factions or whatever. But to think about this as something that's Machiavellian. So if you look at maybe the Netflix show about the Medicis, this is what I see happening. Like, it's just so deep and so crazy, and it has implications to our nation that the young man that just spoke before me, is indicating. So that, this is like a hostile takeover, usurpation of a very powerful organization that would have been grassroots. We have seen this over and over again. The usurpation of organization and just totally keep it as like a husk or Weekend at Bernie's and just build it out from there. Look what they built on the back of George Floyd. And they being the same people, I think, that are behind this. They're whipsawing the American public, every which way. And it's stagecraft, it's theater, it's everything you could think of, that the CIA have mastered relative to taking over nation. So, yeah, it's some deep shit, but can't deny that it's spiritual.
Do you think Candace took the bait today? Did you hear?
I didn't hear her perspective. The fact that she's answering, she's in the thick of it. Now, if she sees my message and that ripple
So I felt like they were trying to bait her this morning, and
yeah, we see it. Yeah, we know what it is.
Okay, so,
But at the same time, like, you know.
but would you agree do you think she should have addressed it, or do you think she should have ignored it?
Well, that's human. I think on a human level, what else can she do? What, you know, on a strategic, you know, hindsight being 2020, or let's say all this effery going around, let's say if she was playing that game, if she went cold turkey and said, "The hell with Charlie Kirk, I'm done. No skin off my back." Would everything stop? That's in motion, because we all know this is not even about Charlie Kirk. This is not even really about Candace Owens. And it's like we're in the theater yelling at the screen. No,
that's a really good analogy.
It's deep, but it's real. You know,
Thank you.
A lot of stagecraft and showcraft and everything else. That Machiavellian shit is definitely underway. And the stakes is basically our nation, our freedom.
It absolutely is. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Reese.
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on the end game. Everyone keeps talking about the end game, and I really think
only one person's mentioned the end game.
Okay, well, other spaces. Anyways, I think the only way we get to the end game, as of right now, is to try to but stop talking about all of the possibilities and just try to convince the majority of the public who don't really believe it. Right now, they still think Tyler Robinson did it. Try to convince all of them that Tyler Robinson there was no way that he did that.
Why would I do that? We don't know. Tyler Robinson could be the killer. I'm not going to try to convince the public that either someone is guilty or innocent. I'm going to try to convince the public that if I have evidence to support something that's being presented to them, that it doesn't hold up. That's my job. Our job is not to decide whether or not someone's guilty or innocent.
Right. I'm not trying to say he is guilty or innocent. All I'm saying is, from all of the videos I've seen, I don't think it was possible that Tyler Robinson was the killer.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Do you have a comment on the Erica Kirk and Candace Owens campaign, the psyop that's going on right now? Do you have any comments on that?
Candace absolutely took the bait, and she made another couple $100,000 a day on that video, so absolutely.
I figured that might be your perspective. Let's go to John.
Did anybody see the Barry Weiss CBS interview with Erica Kirk, where Erica's extremely distraught? A lot of commentary and comments about how people are very upset with Barry Weiss as the CBS host. I don't know. To me, this is it's going to be never-ending daily churn and news, whether it's Tim Pool screaming about gunshots at his house, or Candace Owens screaming it's the Jews and Mossad, or Erica Kirk crying that Pam Bondi is doing a great job. To me, there's going to be a moment where Pam Bondi, with the release of this Epstein Transparency Act, if the victims are being protected, but that means billionaires are being exposed.
I'm talking about Eric Kirk and, I want to keep this on Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and not Epstein. You can talk about Epstein, but I want to keep it on topic. Is there something that was said during the town hall that Erica Kirk mentioned about, Pam Bondi and Epstein and all that? Is that why you're bringing it up?
No, I'm just bringing it up because, Massey has passed the Transparency Act. The federal judges have announced that they're going to be...
What does that have to do with Erica Kirk and the PR campaign that she's putting out right now?
Because if you believe that Erica Kirk is shilling for the Jews or Israel or against it, I mean, to me, it's also such a...
I mean, it does seem like she is injecting the Israel ideology into the book, right? That's what I uncovered yesterday. So
I don't know what's in the book. I don't know what's in the book, but if you think J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk are secretly in a menage a trois and he hates his wife.
You're just up here. Don't do that again, or I won't bring you up again. All right, let's go to. I'm noticing a pattern here.
It's in the news. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Bro. Do yourself. All right, let's go. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me stick with Erica Kirk. She's being used. What happened when Charlie put on the TPUSA?
Zintani, hit the co-host. Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Yeah, when he put on Tucker Carlson unabashedly said Epstein was part of a blackmail operation, and this gave Charlie Kirk's Jewish donors, like the Marcus Foundation, like David Shulman of Cognex, the Spilkies, as we say in Jewish, okay? They didn't like it. So they held the Hampton meeting, and they put the screws on Charlie. And Charlie didn't abide by it. And he came out of that meeting scared. And he felt he was being blackmailed and being threatened. So now let's fast forward to Erica Kirk with her stupid handkerchief. There's no tears coming out of her eyes. She's constantly dabbling the side of her eyelids, and it makes me sick. No one believes she's a grieving widow. No one believes it. Then, diligent, you go on, and I saw it on your feed, on the feed, because I follow you, the Shabbat Shalom on Fox News. Now, where does the chick say, like Erica Kirk gets Shabbat Shalom? Okay, that's just not part of her vernacular. It was scripted. And I'm guaranteeing you that Bill Ackman, David Shulman, and those Jewish donors of the Marcus Foundation gave her that little script on Fox News. So this is all about the hijacking of the Jewish power of the evangelical youth. And we see this with Huckabee. He just arranged for 1,000 evangelical Protestant pastors to go to Israel, come back and convince the evangelical youth that Israel still chosen, they're wonderful people in spite of the genocide. And this is what we all have to do who are Christians. We have to talk to the youth. We can't leave it up to Candace Owen. We all have to do it and say, hey, these are not chosen people. They are murderers. And this
that's also taking an unobjective position as well, right? Like, isn't it easier? I think, well, coming from somebody who doesn't really care either way, right? Whenever you say that, I'm less inclined to take a position. If you say, look, there is a foreign country trying to influence our youth, and they are hijacking TPUSA to do it, I'm a lot more inclined to jump on board the bandwagon of addressing that than if you try to get me to take a position on like Israel and Gaza, for example.
Okay, but I agree with you. Diligent, I agree with you. Yes. Whatever it takes to convince the youth that today's Israel is not biblical Israel. And that's what Tucker...
I think you're still missing my point, right? Like, again, you are trying to sell me an ideological position that is... I don't want to go there, right? Like, I have no interest in whether or not Israel is a secular or a religious state. Like, that does not matter to me. And I think a lot of, at least my audience, are along the same lines. I think a lot of them care more about what's happening over here. So again, I'm trying to tell you that if you present it in a way that our college campuses and our youth are being infiltrated through foreign interests, right? And you lay that out, you don't have to try to sell me something that I'm not interested in hearing, because I really do care, regardless of the foreign interest, if they are subverting our kids, right? So, like, again, I think, am I making myself... Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand completely what you're saying. So this could be a two-pronged attack. Now, I'm talking about TPUSA. It's evangelical Christian. So now I'm trying to address the evangelical youth. But what you're saying is also very important. It's a broader brush. So why not have both? Why not attack it from both ends? Of foreign nations influencing us. On the other end,
I don't, because if you, first, if you present it as an attack, you won't sell it enough to have momentum. Okay?
Okay, so then I'm on board with you. Whatever it takes.
Let me just, you asked why, so I'm trying to tell you why. That was your question. So if you present it as an attack, then I think you're going to lose people. All you have to do is show that there is a foreign influence, obviously, we saw that through the text message, that is pressuring TPUSA organization that is now wrapped up in schools, in government, colleges, churches, all of this shit, right? Provide evidence to support that evidence, to support that claim, and then show the contrast in behavior from Charlie Kirk to what's happening now. And then the American public, which is not stupid, even though they get treated like they're stupid often, they're really not. They're just busy, right? And so if you can do that in a way that will convince them, you'll see what's happening. Obviously, Turning Point USA is not being forthright or transparent with the public. And that is why their numbers and their support is going down. They can try to blame it on, they're trying to create Candace Owen as a straw man to blame what's happening on her. They're trying to blame it on other people. But the fact of the matter is, it's their own fault, and they're just gaslighting to avoid that realization. But I think that when you, and this is just me, and I may be wrong, but I'm pretty moderate. So I think that when you present it like, we have to take out these Israelis in TPUSA, I think you'll lose people. That's just me, though. I might be wrong.
Yeah, but I also think it was important that he mentioned that Mike Huckabee was meeting with 1,050 pastors this weekend, and that ties right into the TPUSA program.
Does it?
Yeah, because they're using the same programs, Bible 360 and Israel 360.
But it's not a direct overlap with TPUSA, is it?
It has to be. TPUSA is an evangelical Christian movement.
A lot of the churches that are involved are on the TPUSA faith.
I agree with Diligent to the point where we can stop short of even inserting the ideological element into the conversation, but just that it's important.
That's where you lose me, though.
Just that it's important to note that they are using religious leaders to manipulate the general public without even mentioning the ideology.
Don't put shit in my jumbotron.
Brother Daniel, I messaged you something for you to comment on outside of the space. I want your opinion.
But for me, it does feel like I am worried about our kids, but I'm also worried about fellow Christians too being manipulated by propaganda from a foreign nation.
Yeah, well, that's why I pointed it out, right? They're using that book to sell he was Hebrew or something. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. It's a lie. They're using the book to sell a lie, and it's important that we call it out, right? Because obviously, if they're doing that, they have an intent that's not benign, right? That's not a benign intent. You're not deceptive because you have good intentions. You know what I mean? Deception doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. So you're not going to convince me that it does. And when I saw that yesterday, I was like, it just doesn't hold up underwater. And then when I searched, I called it out when I first saw it. She did it. Again, Candace did a good job pointing it out. She's been on all of these shows. She's been on all of the legacy media that you don't trust. That's where she is going with her message. Okay? That's where she's going. All the establishment media. Why is that? Why are they allowing her to do that? Because she is of that ilk, right? And that, we all know, they are the ones that sold us COVID. They are the ones that sold us lockdowns. They are the ones that sold us war. Just saying.
Who did
Are you saying something?
the Democrats?
Go They are the ones that sold us war. Just saying. Were you saying something? Democrats? Democrats!
let me close with this, and I have to go. But Diligent, you were the one that brought out that Erica Kirk said Shabbat Shalom.
I did.
Yes, you were the one. Now, she was promoting this book, which is a religious, evangelical Christian book. So I'm saying let's use both exposures, that we have a foreign nation trying to propagandize our youth at the same time. Let us do what Tucker Carlson did against Truths, that this nation is not the biblical Israel of the Old Testament.
We need receipts to show that she's doing it on behalf of Israel. Right? I can show you that she is, that she is inserting something that doesn't belong there, and it is associated with Israel, which is why I added the context of him leaving Israel. But that's not enough, I don't think. I think you have to have
evidence. Okay,
right.
We have enough, I think, to pin it that she's being set up to bring back a pro-Israel position.
Do you think that she? I agree. No, I 100% agree, and that's why we spoke about this yesterday. That I 100%. It does 100% look like that they're doing a weekend at Bernie's with Charlie Kirk, pretending like he's alive and he supports Israel when his last documented position was abandoning that movement, right? And so I 100% agree with that. That is happening. That's exactly what's happening. But I don't know, I need more. I don't know, I can't keep reusing. Does that make sense? I need more.
I need more to bring enough circumstantial evidence to show that Erica Kirk is being used. She keeps on putting this napkin up to her eye. There's no tears coming out. She's not a grieving widow. And when she says Shabbat Shalom, this is not part of her vocabulary. It was scripted. And I know we scripted it. I do.
Did you notice that, Brother Nathaniel? Did you notice the judiciary?
I did. That's it. You guys are getting a little bit too. It's like, you see what I'm saying? They use that kind of stuff in script. It's funny.
That was literal.
But I mean, it's not objective. So.
I think it is a fact. Her to say Shabbat Shalom. That's not.
No, that's enough. No, that is enough. That is enough. It was. We don't know if it was.
And you're the one who pointed it out, Diligent.
He doesn't. He's like the Democrats. He creates the problem and then he yells at us for being part of it.
No, I think that because here's the thing, right? And this is a misnomer with people, is that because I'll report on things if the evidence leads me to them, regardless of what they are, or some people will not do that. Because of that, they seem to think that I am all of a sudden ideologically aligned with their cause, right? And so just because I'm willing to report the truth doesn't necessarily mean that I'm ideologically aligned with your cause. I promise you that if it comes down to your cause and my cause, which is America, I'm always going to lean towards my cause. So I'm never on your team. Even if you think that something I do makes you feel that way, it's not the truth. The
but
truth
we have
of the matter
the
is
cause. You say that we have a foreign nation influencing our youth.
No, you said that. I said if you want to, you said that. I said that if you want to pitch it to the American people saying, oh, Israel is a murderer, you lose me.
This is what the kids are seeing. They're seeing the genocide. They write to me all the time. They say, how can this be the chosen people? They're murderers.
Yeah, I just don't, it doesn't matter to me. I know that sounds awful.
It may not matter to you, but it matters to tens of thousands of evangelical youth who are changing their mind.
Well, that's probably true, and maybe that's why we're seeing the infiltration of TPUSA with that ideology, which is something we talked about.
Well, this is why all of us on this space, whether we want to say it's a foreign nation propagandizing us, whether we're saying what Tucker Carlson is saying, that this government today is not biblical Israel, we have to reach the youth. It can't be just up to a few. It has to be all of us.
Why not just convince people to seek the truth in their own country? Why is it, as soon as you start making it geopolitical, I lose interest.
I'm making it national. This is about Erica Kirk and TPUSA. That's the name of your space.
It is. 100% it is.
All right, I got to sign off, but
all right, appreciate
we're on the same page, Diligent. You know that. We are.
But don't try to box me in. Don't try to box me in. I appreciate it. All right, let's go.
I'm not boxing you in. I'm just trying to be a peacemaker.
Check your messages.
We have a thrust.
All right.
A common thrust.
Well, if it's about saving America or making America better, then it definitely is that.
Amen.
Let's go to Orlando.
Shout out to you, Diligent, and to your space and your co-host. I do have a concern about the situation, and I posted on many of these influencers of like one of my positions is I just think there is so much attention given to this. And listen to your space now, I have a better understanding of that there are definitely questions that need to be had, and I don't know, I'm not the biggest Candace Owens fan or whatever, but I don't know why so much scrutiny is happening of the questions and where all the answers are. I do question, to be transparent, just how TP is moving, and I'm from Wisconsin, and they hadn't moved well in my state, so I'm not trying to jump on them, but I do question it is so much in other spaces and on X alone, like this constant berating of people that I actually follow. Like Candace is a crack case, and she's crazy. And I'm like, so what I saw in a objective thinker is to question everything. And I respect what you said, Diligent, that you report or you want to know the news. You don't lean one side or the other. You might think we know where you lean, but we don't. You said you cover the news, and so I appreciate the opportunity just to come in your space. I hope to come to more, but I am concerned so much the vitriol of Candace, and again, I'm not saying that she shouldn't be scrutinized for her claims. She can only do so much, but I think there is room to have questions. The whole thing is odd to me, and I'll answer.
Questions of what?
I question. I just question how much. You make it hard for me, Diligent. I just question the fact that I can support a widow from screaming, but it seems like, man, if I'm a person who lost my spouse, I'm not trying to be in a lot of. I'm hoping that this book is kind of the last kind of outwardly, position this current takes. Please just let the organization.
The book tour was not a good look for her credibility.
So I just hope everybody's gonna give her attention. It's like you almost are overusing that privilege of the breathing, and it's just not because I get it. You're trying to keep the business going. So on one point where I support Candace on where does the wife and the mom stop and the CEO begins, because it's and maybe they're one of the same. Maybe that's the reason.
Why are other kids while she's doing these tours?
And maybe that's where the people who are around her, who are advising her, you gotta keep this going because Charlie wouldn't want us to do this, or Charlie wouldn't want us to do this. I'm like, man, none of the other guys can do this. It has to be her. Definitely,
I would say the reason why they're using her, if I was going from a straight, objective PR move, is that the other guys aren't trusted by the public or by a lot of MAGA, including myself, and that she is a widow, and that she is, and kind of has this kind of untouchable quality to her because she is a grieving widow. Therefore, she is above scrutiny, she is above criticism because she is a grieving widow. And that is why they are all hiding behind her. That is why she is put up front.
someone while in the teeth laying down. It's like, well, man, this is you want to blast candidates for having the questions, but anybody who asks questions, now you are almost like victim shaming. Like, okay, well then, whatever, So I'll land there, man. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Let's go to Crazy Anna.
Hey, Diligent. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
So I totally agree with this topic. I think something's going on with TPU, and I was pretty neutral when everything happened, just because I didn't even know who they.
Well, that's why they're all friends. Anyway, so they're on the stage, and he's talking about, I guess, the media landscape in this forum, and this is what he had to say. Listen.
Impressive. Like, Bill Ackman, same thing. Bill Ackman's worth like $8 billion, so it's fine. I don't care if Bill Ackman, whatever Bill Ackman does. I know Bill Ackman, he's kind of dumb. He's not ever created anything. He's totally non-creative. How do these people wind up running our biggest institutions? And the reason that's significant is because if you pay close enough attention and you realize that the people running everything are stupid, then you think, well, actually, this is truly rigged on behalf of people who do not deserve these positions at all. It's not just that I disagree with Barry Weiss or she's calling me names or I'm calling her names or whatever. It's like in no fair system and no meritocracy would Barry Weiss rise above secretary. Like, actually. I've been in this business my whole life. I've been in this business since Barry Weiss was breastfeeding, okay? There's no world in which Barry Weiss rises to the top of a news network except a rigged world.
Well, I mean, I guess you just can't imagine where anybody would rise up to be the top of a news agency without Muslim money. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here. I thought that was a very odd thing for him to say. He sounds resentful and bitter. And that's not a good look for anybody. Barry Weiss at the New York Times, and she was very good at what she did. She was very, I mean, she's more of a moderate conservative, but she made them all look like, straight up Bolsheviks over at the New York Times. And she ended up being run out because she was too conservative for the old gray lady, and then she created the Free Press, and then that got purchased, and she's made some really smart decisions. The stuff that she does gets a lot of traction. People are really sharing their articles there. I mean, you can see the traffic online. And she didn't have to go out and get Qatari money or get Iranian money either. Just a really quick, fun thing here if you wanted to look at it. Because it's also incestual. So a lot of the money that came into creating the Tucker Carlson network is from Omid Malik, who is Pakistani and Iranian, and he has a capital, a firm that's called 1789 Capital. And I think Don Jr. actually just joined, and it's part of the Rockbridge network. He created it along with other people, including Rebecca Mercer, etc. Yeah, it's like the new thing, and they apparently they're a part of that. Cash Patel apparently co-founded or co-created that with Tucker Carlson, which I think is weird. Oh, wow. This is also incestuous. Wow. But he got a lot of money from a foreign government, he got a lot of foreign money. Wow. In fact, a lot of payments through this, and I'm looking at, Axios had a piece on it, but also it's just open records, you can go to Open Secrets and you can run all of the, how the money shifts, and you can research it all. For instance, some of the payments for acquiring different things for his company were run through a Qatari state investment entity. It's the Al Udeid Media Fund. That's where all of the accusations about Qatari money come from. And, it sounds like it's it almost sounds like it's part of like a government-coordinated media laundering campaign, honestly. That's kind of what it sounds like. So I don't know if any of that's ever been disclosed publicly or discussed, but I just think that when you have things like that in your financial portfolio, maybe you should tone down your resentment of other people's success before you start lobbing bombs at them because they're Jewish. Because let's be honest, what do Bill Ackman and Barry Weiss have in common? They're Jewish, right? They're the quote-unquote pumice eaters in that Tucker Carlson talks about, right? Isn't that what that is? It seems like the only objection is that they're Jewish. he would be like singing the praises of Israel or something. I don't know. I just can't explain it. It's very difficult when you see someone that you thought you at least kind of knew act in a way that is completely contrary to everything that you actually initially assumed about them. I mean, to say that these people are dumb, and Bill Ackman is not a dumb guy. He is very, very smart financially. He's made a lot of really good decisions, some which might have seemed really risky at the time, but he knew what he was doing. He's made a lot of really good decisions, and he identified undervalued assets, and he built this company. And Barry Weiss did something similar with a media entity. So to sit here and say that they're dumb, and then to try to use your age over it, that she was breastfeeding when he was getting started, yes, and she didn't have to take Qatari money. I mean, she didn't have to be in the pocket of a government administration in order to find success. She didn't have to sell out in order to find success. She didn't have to turn and start, repeating, really, weird rhetoric in order to try to get a slice of the digital audience pie. It just seems resentful and bitter. And honestly, I think that sounded silly and emotional. He sounded like an emotional man. Oh, well, since she was breastfeeding, I've been out here, and she's further than you. So what does that say? I mean, that's kind of a self-own, is it not? And what happens with people? This is why I hate DC. And Lorraine reminds me too. What is this? Is this what we're talking about when is Tucker hating America because he's criticizing other people? Because people who criticize Tucker are accused of hating America. But remember, that only goes one way. He can not even criticize. I don't even think either of those are fair criticisms. To call them criticisms means that I'm accepting that they have some form of logic, and I just don't. It just sounds resentful or emotional. It seems like he's violating the rule that he expects everyone to follow when it concerns him, but he doesn't want to follow it when it concerns everywhere else. Isn't it enemies to the right thing? It seems like he's got a lot of enemies, and they're all Jewish, at least in his eyes. I find that incredibly sad. When we live in an age where people can create media companies right and left, and and they don't have to necessarily disclose everything, and he's using his platform to do more to tear down the right than anything I've ever seen. I don't see any of the things. If he hasn't been talking about any of these elections, Tucker Carlson hasn't been talking about any of these special elections. He's not talking about redistricting. He's not talking about the labor land. He's having Nazi tweets on his show, and he doesn't have the balls to push back and actually ask serious questions. And all of the people who are just desperate to be in business with him, none of them have the balls or the spines to point this out because they're terrified over jeopardizing business relationships. They don't want to jeopardize their ad network. They don't want to jeopardize any kind of investment. They don't want to jeopardize any kind of professional association that elevates them in the digital sphere. So they say nothing. And they pretend they don't see it. They say nothing. But this has done more to cause problems on the right than anything that I've seen from the left today. We all agree that the left is crazy. But now what I see are people, it's interesting because it's like right after Qatar gets involved, and Qatar's been spending a ton of money, we're not supposed to talk about that. We're supposed to obsess and have a fetish with Israel and AIPAC, even though they donate a pittance. They spend a pittance on lobbying compared to Qatar. And it's very easy to find these monetary amounts on this thing called the internet. But we're not supposed to talk about that. We're only supposed to talk about the Jews, and we're supposed to talk about AIPAC, and we're supposed to celebrate Qatar, work towards partnerships with companies. Thanks for watching The Dana Show. Make sure to like, subscribe, ring the bell, and stay tuned.
Okay, so let me ask you. Can I ask you one last question? So Tucker Carlson went after FBI Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. He criticized them while at the same time amplifying.
He did not mention Patel. He only mentioned Dan Bongino.
Yeah, but he mentioned the leadership, the two guys who were leading that. He said that, right? The two men leading it.
right? Leading the FBI.
No, he said there's the political leadership and then there's the individuals like that do the investigations. He bifurcated it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't go after Cash. Okay.
No, he did not mention Cash, only Bongino.
Okay. Okay. So Barry Weiss did exactly the opposite of what Tucker Carlson did in the when she rose to the ranks of CBS. She left New York Times, as Dana Loesch was saying, and all that. We all know the story. Tucker Carlson's spiel has been to, he's been kind of like the man who speaks for Middle America, especially the young man, where Charlie Kirk was. When he uses language, like inflammatory language, like going after Bill Ackman, for instance, he became wealthy without being smart. That's the same kind of language he used to use in his show when, like, say, in the case of, say, the Bass Pro Shops, when they merged with Cabela's, for instance, and moved out of Middle America and shipped their manufacturing to China, he went hard after Ben Sass. I remember that. I watched that show. Ben Senator at the time in Nebraska. There's a common thread in him going after finance, like high finance in New York and Connecticut. That I can give him. But I'm still, besides being Jewish, there's another reason that I can't pin down that he's going after Barry Weiss the way he is. I don't get it, but I just sense that there's something here. You just don't do that.
About jealous, and and then you have to understand Barry Weiss, when she left the New York Times, she did so, because she was critical of Taylor Lorenz and a bunch of the underlings, the younger generation that were just chasing ideology and not reporting the facts. So she left. She formed her Substack newsletter. It got 100,000 subscribers. And then venture capitalists stepped in and gave her or provided $1 million for her to expand that digital property and that digital offering. And then that got the attention of David Ellison with Paramount Skydance. And David Ellison bought them out for $150 million. She built it from the ground up. It wasn't seed money from any other source other than VCs and entrepreneurs. They'd invested in Barry Weiss and I guess her wife or her husband or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what you call those couples. But in any event, the two of them were co-founders. They were highlighting and amplifying Douglas Murray and a bunch of other different individuals in the free press. And so the reason why Larry Ellison or David Ellison bought them out was because, as part of his portfolio, he'd also done the Paramount Skydance thing. They had the CBS brand, and they're trying to expand the CBS brand digitally. And that's why Barry Weiss, when she got bought out of the free press, he put her in charge of the CBS brand for the digital content, because she proved that she can take something from scratch and build it out. And CBS has been a laggard as it relates to their online digital presence. And so that's the stuff that she has.
Would you say that Tucker struggles with the same? Or in this case,
No, I think exactly what Stoll said. That, he calls out Bill Ackman. Why isn't he calling out Charlie Munger? Why isn't he calling out, Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha? Why isn't he calling out Kathy Wood? Why didn't he focus on Bill Ackman? They all do the same thing.
Because he did say, remember he said, I love Candace Owens. That was the term, that's the way he phrased it. He says he agrees with everything she says. And then he says, I love her. And then he comes.
We were talking about why did he pick on Bill Ackman in particular, other than the fact that he's Jewish? You have Warren Buffett doing the same thing. You have Carl Icahn doing the same thing. An activist, more of an activist investor. But you have these investors, Kathy Wood and all that. They manage these big capital firms and they make investments on behalf of their clientele. And they, are pushing for 20, to exceed the return on investment that the stock market, that index funds offer.
I agree with Sunlight. I do. I just think that there's something more to the Barry Weiss kind of attack from Tucker Carlson than I'm seeing, than we're seeing.
She's a self-made successful woman in the industry, and he's got an issue with that, and then he also has an issue with, her support of Israel. Bottom line, that's it.
Also, too, y'all remember when Tucker got fired, nobody would touch him for quite a few years. And then he got the Fox News gig, got fired there, and then moved on. He never built beyond that level. He never built up in his career at all. He got an ego stroke from Elon when he left Fox News to come on X or take the money, and he decided to go with X because he would get 150 million followers very quickly. So that's how he made decisions. He's a talking head, basically. But he's never moved into management. He's never demonstrated that capability. If he had that capability, he would have been moving up the food chain. He didn't.
What do you mean he managed a huge show on Fox News for years that made him $100 million? The guy is incredibly successful.
But he was never in the executive level.
Well, the guy in the suit in the control booth, the guy still is a businessman. I mean, it's so easy to, criticize Tucker Carlson, but for God's sakes, he's one of the only talking heads that point out anything of any real substantial interest.
Well,
businessman. I mean, it's so easy to, criticize Tucker Carlson, but for God's sakes, he's one of the only talking heads that point out anything of any real substantial interest.
Well, I would say that he's very biased to what
So what interest, John, is it in discussing anything at all regarding some avant-garde person that nobody's ever met, which is the Shia KGB nun, allegedly requesting the beat up monks with Arafat, who nobody's heard of in 25 years. What strategic benefit was her interview? Or the liberation theology Lutheran priest, who's not a priest, but he's a pastor, supposedly from Bethlehem, that lied the entire interview with Tucker. What strategic benefit was bringing Robert and I'm sure you heard what I was saying. Were any of those interviews? What was the strategic benefit, for example, of bringing on Jeffrey Sachs 3 different times, never asking him anything about China, Russia, Iran, or anything like that? What was the strategic benefit of having Kazakhstan from Iran on his show and asking him a single time, why do you consistently chant death to America and walk on the American flag? Why did you kidnap U.S. hostages? Why did you launch a war? Why did we give you all this money for the JCPOA and you used it for your ballistic missile program? Why do you need to enrich to 60-something% if you have no desire to have any type of nuclear weapons? Why did you fund Hamas to do a terrorist attacks and fund Hezbollah? Why does Hezbollah, Iranian-backed proxy, who's on every single State Department watch list in terms of individuals that should be taken out, why did you guys launch against Israel? Why did you fund that and destroy the Maronite Christian culture inside of Lebanon? Why did you do multiple targeted assassinations against Donald Trump? And even the golf thing, he could have just shown him when they put out a whole meme targeting Trump at the golf course that they were going to kill him while he's playing golf in Florida. He didn't ask him that. Why did he pretend to go to the Russian grocery store and he said, for $100, look at all the groceries that I bought, when in Russia they don't make enough money to even spend $100 on the groceries? Why did he promote that? Why didn't he promote the fact that Russia has done more subversive, targeted assassinations and subversion of the U.S. government 10 times the USS Liberty, what Russia's done to America? 10 times of it. 10 times. I have a whole thread on what the Russians did to us during the Soviet Union, and then they have this thread that's after the Soviet Union. And not only in terms of espionage, but stealing money from us, hacking us. I mean, shooting down planes. I mean, shooting ships, taking U.S. soldiers hostage. Oh my God, it goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. He never asked any of those questions. Why didn't he ask Robert Amsterdam on the other one? Why did he lie and ask Robert Amsterdam, the guy who was on his show, who he speaks to more offline than online? Why did he bring on Daryl Cooper in August, prior to the launch of the campaign for J.D. Vance and Trump, who's a Holocaust revisionist, who literally caused the entire administration to have to scramble to see whether or not they were going to allow themselves to go on Tucker's 16-week tour that was supposed to be promoting people from the cabinet for the rise. They had to have J.D. Vance, the president, all these people make statements, okay, including Don Jr. had to make statements because he brought on Daryl Cooper, who's basically the talking points of David Irving, who's been disproven not only legally in court in a defamation lawsuit, which he brought against a U.S. citizen, but there was a movie made about it called Denial. And there was 48 hours of single testimony from one expert on the lies from David Irving that Daryl Cooper just copies. And has a million subscribers on Substack. And he's part of the Idaho Aryan Nation, who literally lied on his show the entire time and Tucker didn't say anything about it. How about Jeffrey Sachs a day after being on Tucker's show goes and says the most horrific things about Trump in Turkey? Or how about him going then, and he's a total globalist, and Chinese has had him on the show more. Why did he bring the commie guy from Ben and Jerry's on his show to just shit all over Trump and Israel? For no reason. I mean, you can give a million different examples.
Well, you sold me. You sold me.
Wait, there's this one interesting guy that he had this random pastor out of nowhere who's from Minnesota or Michigan, who's I don't even know what to call him. He's not a Christian nationalist, but he's something else. I still can't figure out exactly what his denomination of Christianity is. Nobody can. Nobody's ever heard of him. He's got zero presence. He brought him on the show to have the strangest conversation about theology, which wasn't even accurate. Nobody understands
All
that
right,
either.
well, this isn't a religious debate. I'm merely pointing out that in America,
I'm not religious. You said Tucker's the person who brings on anybody to talk about anything on his show.
I'll tell you why. You just gave us.
Dylan and maybe one other.
Try to breathe. Don't forget to breathe, otherwise you'll pass out.
Bitch, don't tell me to breathe just because you.
You can't stop talking. You asked me a question. Hello.
I don't need.
Hello.
Breathe. Don't forget to breathe, otherwise. Bitch, don't tell me to breathe just because you don't. He's the only one not talking about anything important with the most important point. That is why you're telling me to breathe, because you can't answer a single thing, because you've actually never really watched any of his podcasts. You only see a few of his clips online. So when you spend hours debunking all his lies consistently that he's saying, even about the administration, why did he bring? He hates Nikki Haley. She's supposed to be the neocon. He brings on his son, who's an Indian kid, grew up Sikh, then grew up as a evangelical Christian Protestant, who decides to convert to Catholicism. He brings him on to pimp him out, and they talk about immigration when the kid is wearing a Sikh bracelet on his hand, like from the Sikh religion, from Indian Sikh. He's wearing the bracelet. So the kid that's supposed to be America first, who doesn't want any immigration, okay, who's whatever his talking points are, he's still wearing his Sikh bracelet, while he's an Indian whose family benefited from immigration, while he's platforming him after this guy has shitted on his mom the whole time. You don't think that's strange? It's very bizarre. I'm sorry. I mean, wait, there's a whole other list of individuals. Should I pull up all the list of the strangest people he brought on? Okay.
George Stephanopoulos' sister?
No, I already talked about the TGB nut. Here, let's bring up some more people, because I've completely discredited him on every single speaker that he brought up. Were you gonna say something, Michael?
You are a female warrior, Steph.
Trying to discredit MAGA.
And he flips off the camera with Neil Patel, and all their money is taken from a Pakistani Iranian through Qatar. Like, go fuck yourself. You're representing the Muslim Brotherhood who wants to kill us. That's insane.
Yeah, he's literally taunting conservatives, Trump supporters, like he's taunting us to our face, right? You just have to be willing to see it. He's basically saying, F you to everything you believe. And then he went on the podcast and said, yeah, I love Qatar. I'm going to defend Qatar verbatim. I'm not exaggerating what he said.
It's so cynical. It's just rubbing it in the face of the American people. So they're so sorry, Southern.
I was just going to say that Tucker made a comment. I don't really think he thought he was going to get caught on a mic. He was pretty upset that Trump didn't bring him in to do something in government. He's always had kind of a thought that he should need government, which I find astonishing.
Oh, how about he made a whole new conspiracy show
show 5 episodes put it behind a paywall regarding 9/11.
Listen, you just gave John a lesson. I hope he's better at what he's gonna run for Congress. I hope he's better at debating because you just addressed him. However,
Trust me, she kicked me to the good twice. It's such a waste of time.
Everybody is listening sounds great if we think so.
Keep everybody's close.
Tucker is a Russian asset. If he keeps promoting,
Tucker Carlson works for the Russians.
it would be too transparent.
You heard it here first, everybody.
He's gonna keep promoting all other agendas against the United States because that's how he's operating. Until people can think, oh yeah, he's with the Egyptians, he's anti-Semitic, he's anti-Jewish, he's with Qatar, he's getting money from Saudi Arabia, he's from Pakistan. All this is fog. He's a Russian asset. And you go back and you track when he started pivoting, and you'll find out after his first interview with Putin, he did 180 degrees within days. And he cannot keep promoting the Putin agenda, but what he's doing, he's destroying MAGA from within, and that serves the Russian agenda. That's what.
This is the best one. He goes to Saudi Arabia after he interviews the Emir of Qatar, right? He doesn't meet with MBS and do an MBS interview. He does one with Pierce Morgan where he says, "What's an ally? I don't know what's an ally is. Blah blah blah. Qatar is an ally, right? That whole show." What coup does he interview? He interviews Ben Talal. Ben Talal is the guy who funded Mursia, who promoted Wahhabism throughout the United States. He was a competitor to MBS. He's the guy that MBS hung upside down, literally hung him upside down inside of the Four Seasons, for blood to rush to his head, until he signed over 70% of the sovereign funds back to the Saudis, to the House of Saud. This guy promoted terrorism throughout the world. He's the one who funded also the guys from 9/11. Okay? He's the one who funded all the mosques inside of America. He literally made the Islamic Center starting at Georgetown and other universities. This was when the Saudis were funding that bill up until the Qataris took over at all the universities. They still fund the universities. That was a full feeder into our State Department and our DOD of anti-American morons, right? Like Mahmoud Bakar, for example, right? Funding all those things. So he goes to interview that person, but not MBS's interview, right? Of the country. Why? Because MBS is in direct competition, no matter what anybody says, with the Al-Qanis. Then he goes to meet with the Prime Minister of Qatar and gives the most bullshit interview to him we've ever seen him, and literally is doing propaganda talking with the first interview, not the second one recently at the Kitover, for example. Right? Okay, then, what's another interview? Milo Yiannopoulos. Now, Milo has a whole history of working at David Horowitz Center, at Breitbart, in politics. They kind of talked about Charlottesville and J6 and Nick Fuentes. It was the most obscene talking about how everybody is gay in the Republican Party. Like all the congressmen and senators. Why would you do that? Why would you bring up that whole narrative? Everybody knows Milo's background with the Russians. Everybody does, including with the Mercers and the UK.
Well, they brought him on. They brought him on again. Here's the absurd part. He's flamboyantly gay. Milo is still, right? But they brought him on as a reformed, now he's no longer gay, gay person.
Why are you ever seeing him?
Right.
Why are you still married to your black husband?
But they brought him on as a gay expert to like analyze it. It's just.
Yeah. With Milo, you have to understand that the cocaine prices are through the roof. Okay, he's pissed about the boats being blown up. That's what it is.
I read a great tweet from probably the best, most effective conservative activist in the country, Chris Rufo, who's done more than anything to fight against the trans ideology.
Why did Tucker bring on George Galloway? George Galloway is an Irish gremlin that they poured water on, right? Who goes out there and speaks the most anti-Western propaganda.
Socialist member of Parliament.
He converted to Islam. He did. He's married to a Muslim woman from one of the Bajans or Stans. He speaks on behalf of Iran in Iran. He obviously speaks in Russia. He speaks. Who else is he? He's spoken in Qatar many times. Goes after everybody. This guy. He also speaks on behalf of China. He has to do that interview by Zoom because Galloway is
quotes him in the tweet as very conservative on a number of issues when he's explicitly self-identified as a hardcore socialist.
Yeah, he's a Marxist. He's an actual Islamic Marxist, right? But what's even better is his interview most recently with Piers Morgan, where he says, I have no problems with Pakistanis. I grew up in an Uber. They were great. They treated me just great. Never mention the 250,000 girls that were trafficked, abused in more horrific ways. Have you read the testimonies of what these Pakistani grooming rape camps did to these girls? You cannot get through one paragraph. And I've read it all, and I've seen it all. After he was in
That's call me a bitch.
telegram from their life.
Yeah, we haven't been killing nowhere near enough of the bad people. I mean, we know that. We haven't been killing anywhere near enough bad people. We haven't been arresting criminals either. So basically, society's falling apart in general globally.
Hold on. But he says he has more in common with the Pakistani taxi drivers in London than he has with English Christians that are lefties. This is what he says. He says, what's wrong with Sharia law? I have no problem. What's wrong with submission? There's no rapes that occur in Qatar. It's great. Or in Saudi Arabia. Because they don't document rapes because you're not allowed to report rapes. What you do is either you kill your daughter or your wife if she gets raped. You don't kill her husband. Or you throw acid on her. Or you behead her. Or she suddenly disappears. Or you force her to marry the guy that raped her. For honor reasons. Now, all of us Americans know very well if something happens to one of our daughters, what we would actually do, especially the people that come to my spaces. We're not waiting for Egyptian planes and the French Foreign Legion to do God's work. If you hear what was done to these girls in the UK, that would be street justice in 15 seconds. He says, I don't think Tommy Robinson is. Tommy Robinson is the only guy fighting in the UK, and actually for the whole British Isles, including Ireland, to fight for these girls. Yeah, he's a brawler on the street, so what? So they used to call him a white nationalist. Okay, great. He goes to Israel and he does a bunch of interviews all over the Christian areas, the Arab areas, everything, and suffers this because it breaks up his narrative. Why did he invite Tommy on to have a debate with him about what he saw there, rather than the lies and nonsense from the KGB nun, which was totally dispelled? Who even knows about this Shia-trained nun by the KGB, who literally beat up monks from the white Russian Orthodox Church inside of the West Bank with Arafat during the Oslo Accord? Where did you ever find that train wreck?
Documents. I mean, they have the documents, right? So they raided a bunch of people that were involved in some of these more sophisticated operations, and the number one goal of the Islamic terrorists, radicals, whatever you want to call them, was they were going to disguise themselves as Christians, because Christianity in all of its forms allows anybody to become a Christian. It's basically rules. So most of them went to Catholicism, right? And they just blended in. It's very easy. The prayers aren't real complicated. They're used to praying and stuff. And they penetrated the church. And then when you talk to Catholics about that, they're like, no way, that's not possible. He said he loves Jesus. And you're like, dude, like, you're retarded. These people, like, they're penetrating your organization. They're coming there with an intent. And then, you end up seeing, like, these things happening in the community where, like, all of the churches just get all of a sudden sold to, like, they turn into mosques. Like, just out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's not what happened. They penetrated the church. They converted everybody to Islam. And they bought the church. And now it's a mosque. It's very.
I have another interview. Hold on one second, please. The interview between Tucker and Sean Ryan. Where he goes on and he talks about OnlyFans. And there's a reason why I talk about OnlyFans. You can talk about Playboy or Penthouse or Pornhub or the Andrew Tate, who trafficked and did cam business and pornography, which he literally flew to Russia.
No, Muslims can't commit crimes. So that's like, yeah, they can't commit crimes. So it's all okay for them. It's okay for them. It's not okay for anyone else, though. Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the rule. That is literally, legitimately 100% the rules. Any task to forward the cause is acceptable and permissible, no matter what the harm is to the outsider. Like, literally, they try and say that that's like the Jews, but that's not nowhere near as true as it is for these radicals, because they, not only do they do it, but it's very, like, I don't want to get into this, but there's actually analyticals that have been done on these different websites, And the vast majority of these people are doing exactly what not Tristan, was it Andrew? It was one of the Tate brothers, right? Like they're talking about it recently. Like his objective, like as a Muslim when he converted, was to have sex with as many Christian women in debauch or whatever it is, like where you humiliate them sexually, or the tequila or whatever. And it's like, what is that? And then like,
Andrew Tate converted to Islam because he wanted to move his baby mamas that were under investigation.
I know, but I'm saying,
and the EU, or the UAE, I know. Put money there so that they can't say anything or sue him.
But when you hear these stories,
and they can't extradite the witnesses.
When you hear each other, is gonna mess up my transcripts.
Okay, well, let me just finish
going through the guest list just so people, when somebody says, what has he talked about important? There's not a single thing. Okay, then he brings on this woman of the 9/11 survivors campaign, which is funded by the Qataris. Just so you know, that lawsuit, one of the guys is in our spaces. He's part of it. The Qataris fund the lawsuit against the Saudis through a lobbying group in D.C., okay? So we found that out in spaces. I found it fascinating. So anyways, they do that because the Qataris and the Saudis are constantly fighting, between themselves and the Gulf countries. But she says and lies, and you know who who did the best correction to this was the girl from is it OAN? What's her name? Let me pull her up.
Chanel Rion?
No, not her. No. She is. Let me see here. My friend.
Liz Wheeler?
Excuse me, what?
Liz Wheeler? Ava Sigler?
So she lies in that episode and is not corrected by any of them.
They wanted to worship that golden calf, and we all know this. Truth has talked about it, and we all know the story. But what happened time and time again? Mankind kept saying, no, we're going to do it our way. Therefore, God said, I'm going to lay down the law for you. And guess what? Anyone under the law is cursed. It's cursed. It's unimaginable, the burden. No one can even begin to comprehend it. So what happens, we have, and I'm just going to land it here, this takes us to Galatians chapter 3. And all I'm going to do is read one quick little excerpt out of there. Paul says, anyone under the law is cursed. But thank God, Jesus Christ, he fulfilled that. And I'm just going to read right here. He said, forthcoming the scripture, I'm in Galatians chapter 3. And this is what Paul was saying. Oh, foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? Bewitched means they're falling under the spirit. These Zionist Judaizers. Cursed. You're cursed. It's hell, because that is perfection beyond perfection. And by the way, the whole servant thing, that was only for 6 years. They had to go free in the 7th. We won't go into that, but then I'll close it right here. But he says, but anyone, all scripture foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith. It says, so then which by faith are blessed and faithful Abraham. For many are the works of the law and are under the curse. For it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in the faith. So if we're under the law, under the Torah, God forbid they go to their Babylonian Talmud, they're working for Satan. I mean, literally working full-time for Satan, because they reject Jesus Christ, and I'll end it there. Thank you so much. Love y'all.
Thank you so much, Andrew. All right, and guys, please repost this space. Follow Ian and Ruth and the amazing speakers, and thank you so much for being here. All right, listen, go ahead, sir.
No, I actually had a couple of things I wanted to say earlier, but we kind of, moved away from that topic. But I just wanted to just say that, I haven't seen you guys in a little while, so it's nice to hear from all of y'all. Kind of took a break from all of it. I'm very grateful for where things are right now today in this whole space, and everyone speaking out. And I feel like more and more people every day are coming to our side and agreeing and are coming to the understanding that we've come to months ago. I was driving home earlier from my friend's house. I helped my friend move some stuff, and I was just thinking, like, like I remember like going back right before after like October 7th happened, like I ran for office in 2024, like the beginning of all of it. Like I was just kind of waking up to all of this. I had no idea what was really going on. I was always like, oh yeah, Israel's our greatest ally, and one of those guys. And like that movement has come so far now, and I'm just like, I feel like I could just lay back and like everything's happening. Like for the first time ever in my life, and this is actually happening. Like things are going in the right direction, and people are starting to wake up to like this spell that everybody was under. So I just want to say I'm very grateful, and Truth Teller is like one of the OGs that I started listening to back then, and yeah, man, well, how life has completely come around. Like now, I used to read the Bible, all the time back then. Now when I read the Bible, it's like a complete different understanding I have of it, which is like crazy because I understand the things that are said in there. Like it makes sense to me now, when I do read the Bible. And like I have conversations with my father all the time. He's Muslim, he like pretty much knows the whole Quran off the top of his head. Because like we compare notes, some similarities between the Bible and the Quran. It's like something that we do, during the holidays we did that. Like it was so awesome because we had like ChatGPT fact checking each other, and like I had such a good time with my dad, talking about the Bible and the Quran and the biblical stories. I just want to say that life is good right now, and I appreciate all of you guys, and appreciate the knowledge that you guys drop and the work that you guys do, and how far the movement has come from 2 years ago. It's amazing, and I'm grateful for you guys. I'm grateful for everyone here.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on, Hassan. And are you still dating that like the honey trap?
No. Actually, I don't know what happened. Like we hung out for like a couple of days. We hung out like 3 weeks. We hung out 3 different days in like 3 weeks, and then we just kind of we just didn't talk anymore. So I think she's doing fine. She's doing good. I'll probably shoot her a text maybe one of these days and check up on her. But yeah, that was a wild run. 3 weeks we talked and nothing really came out of it though. It's kind of cool though. It's nice.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Just a big call out for Isan. Yeah, just a real quick big call out for Isan for trying to get into the political world, into that game, running for office, taking these conversations out to the street. At the end of the day, we talk about these things, and look, there's a massive amount of importance and value that we can have by having these conversations in a digital space that allows us to reach our voice far farther than we could out on the street. But at the same time, it's an imperative that we try to figure out how we can impact things with the zeitgeist in our local communities, whether that's via politics, education, the commercial spaces, whatever we can do to try and make a difference and just bring these ideas to more and more people. And so Isan, big call out, because I know you were out there hitting the pavement, as they would say, and trying to do something on the political front. So God love you to that and for that, my friend. So sorry, Joanne, I just wanted to call that out for him.
Oh man, I appreciate that so much, man. I was also thinking this. I was like, I remember like waking up and like doing this, like this was like my full-time thing. Like I wasn't working, I wasn't doing anything other than campaigning at the time. And I remember thinking, I was like, this is such a like I was going for it because I just thought like there was no other answer, that there was no other way to really fight this system. And even if I knew that I was I was running up against like there was no chance I was gonna make it. Like I was under like there's no way. But I also thought that was something that I had to do, because if I had to at least get to the point where like I was like, okay, I'm gonna do this because I want to make this normal. Like I want normal people to run for office and be like, hey, look, he was able to get this far. Maybe I can do it too. And like now that I look back on it, we got Aaron Baker running, you got Fishgate, you got Fishgate guy. You got Matt DeWelder running for state for agricultural commissioner in Florida. Like you have all of these guys who are like young guys that are actually running for office, and they're all based. And I love that, because I feel like a lot of whatever part I played, maybe I didn't play any part, but I feel like I played a part in it, and them all running, and like these young guys getting into the political arena now. And I feel like everything that I did was so worth it, because I as I'm seeing it happen, like the whole conversation's completely shifted. There's more people that think like I do than there was any at the time when I was running for office. I was the only one that was like, yo, what the fuck? Like this Israel stuff doesn't make any sense. And I remember I was like doing this interview for like this TV station. Like, there was like 6 of us there, and then they asked a question about like, Israel, like what they're doing in Gaza, and like everyone's like, oh yeah, I support Israel, I support Israel, and I'm like, it came to me, and I was like, yo, what are you talking about? If a person like shot at me and like ran into like a school building, I'm not gonna fucking blow up the entire school to get this guy. Like it makes what are you guys saying? Like they're supposed to be the most advanced military in the world. Like I was the only guy in. Like now everyone is saying it, and I love that because I feel like the conversation's completely shifted in 2 years, and I think it has everything to do with you guys, the work that you guys put in, the information you guys put out. I mean, that's how it gets out, and I'm so grateful for all of it, and God bless man, and Godspeed.
I love that, and you're exactly right. I mean, the amount of velocity that has been picked up in the last 2 years, it's unbelievable, and the craziest part about it is, in some ways, we could look at this and think that we have hit terminal velocity on this conversation, and we are in free fall. The machine is falling apart. The reality, folks, if this is the snowball that's going to become the avalanche, we are still in the early phases of the Frosty the Snowman snowball-sized thing going down the mountain. And as it picks up more and more and more velocity, I mean, we are 5% the descent, maybe 2%, maybe 1%. As it picks up speed, it picks up additional, let's say, voices, additional amplifiers, and as we go through, we learn more truths, like the one that we learned in this space with Gen X Girl, presenting the literal subversion of the priests who are being shipped overseas for literal indoctrination so they can come back and tell all their parishioners that they need to support Israel. That is wild. Did not know the extent of this, did not know that it was massively organized, did not know that they're expecting to 10 to 20x the number of people that they have participating in this program next year. That is crazy. Our nation is essentially subverted. And when I say our, it's not just the United States, it's the entirety of Western Europe. And so as more and more people notice, the voice gets louder and louder, a lot of those that we talked about this once upon a time that are open-minded, but they were just a little uncomfortable, well, they're certainly going to join our ranks, as will eventually even those that currently call us anti-Semites because they don't know anything different because they've been so propagandized. And so it will just pick up more and more speed. It will become more and more unstoppable. And the next thing you know, Isan, you're going to be looking back a couple years down the line and being able to say to yourself, I was one of the first people trying to, in the political sphere, talk about these things that are now mainstream. It's going to be wild to witness, and the people in control are going to desperately try to censor any and all conversations by monopolizing everything, and as they do it, more and more people are like, well, wait a second. If you have the ability to control everything and censor everything and criminalize the act of commenting on these things, maybe those crazy guys are right. And so we are unstoppable at this point, folks. We have hit not terminal velocity, we've hit escape velocity. They have no ability to put this back into the bottle. If they do, it further exposes the control. If they don't, we reach for ears. Either way, we will win. We just got to keep doing what we're doing and put in the reps every single day.
Can I just say something?
Go for it, Jared.
So real quick, for the Christian Zionists, this is what I just don't understand. These people basically worship Jews. And it doesn't matter if the Jew actually practices Judaism, or is just an atheist, an ethnic, a racial Jew. They're basically worshiping the tribe. It doesn't matter to them. They would rather lift up those people than the Palestinians, who are genetically, at least as genetically connected to the ancient Hebrews as these European Ashkenazi people are. And it's just, I just wish we could find some way to confront them with this reality. Why are you letting some atheists from Brooklyn go over there and claim that they're God's chosen people? How is that any different than a Palestinian who is not Christian or Muslim, but is genetically connected to the ancient Hebrews? It's just so bizarre to me. Hello?
Yeah, no, it is super bizarre, and I agree with you, Jared. And let's go to the next hand, and we do have a lot of this right now. So let's try to keep it short so that everyone can talk, and thank you so much. All right, Karan, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Joanne. Ian, you're on fire today. Seriously, man. Thank you for that. You know, that IQ thing you brought in, that just really gives out perspective. And this is what it is. This is the bottom line. This is what exactly. And if you actually weigh in, pretty much anybody on this, like whatever you said today, was you'll be able to actually figure it out where everybody stands and where the problem is. You know, the issue is that yes, I hear a lot of, and especially in your second bust out, like in terms of actual hope and how this thing is going to actually evolve into something really greater. And thank you for that. We need that in troubled times. And we need those reminders. But you know what? There was more difficult task earlier on. If you can actually shift the narrative from who killed Jesus, Jews killed Jesus, to Jesus himself was a Jew, that was more difficult task. And then now it's going to be not easier to actually get this uphill task to kind of spread this out. But I'm really hopeful. Everybody is hopeful. But what really sad part is that it took 50,000, 60,000 people to actually die and 200,000 to get injured in order for us to actually open our eyes. It was there. It was deep down somewhere, but we simply could not actually see it. And all these people had to lose their lives in order to actually get our eyes open. But that's the human history. We come out from the ashes more stronger, and that's what our job is. That whoever actually has the eye open, the inside eye open, should actually wake other people up. And Jared, don't be surprised. It's not just the Christian Zionists. You would be surprised there are so many Muslim Zionists. So this is
Dr. Houghton, who still believes in a two-state solution.
So here we go. I mean, it's not just the people in space. Literally, the infiltration has gone on to the level that it's unprecedented. I mean, literally in the past 100 years or so, this is how the whole framework has been actually come about. That you actually find a notion which is going to be kind of subtle, and then you're going to be part of the elite club, and you're going to have all these meetings, and you're just going to be part of those rubbing the shoulder with those kinds of people, and then that's how you get into this. And that's what the whole narrative business is. So, you'd be surprised there are more Muslim Zionists than probably the Christian ones, but they are hidden. So, thank you, Ian. And Kitover, obviously, I mean, his space is kind of midnight for a lot of people, but his encyclopedia. I always request that please, now this Wikipedia is coming out, we have to get the truth in a textbook form, because soon this narrative business is going to actually change into something which is going to actually taint everything. And our next generation probably won't be able to actually recognize what the actual real history was. So I think that's our responsibility to actually get not just the word out in the live environment, but also get this part of the actual textbook. And that's the biggest challenge. Thanks. Back to you, John.
That's so well said. And everybody should give Karim a follow. It's always so poignant. Spot on, my friend. And that is one thing that utterly terrifies me, is the digital control and manipulation. And you're even seeing it. I love listening to individuals try and break apart different themes and ideas, whether it's tech or the media or all these different things. And one of the ones that I saw was a whole piece that was done on Amazon's video library, and how they are literally going back and just changing certain parts of film to suit certain narratives. And in this case, they were referring to a specific scene in a movie where it was actually a 007 reference, for anybody that might remember the character Jaws, not the shark, but the big man. And there's a romantic scene that he has, because Jaws, the reason for the name, that he's got metal teeth. That's, talk about an unfortunate weapon to have to use to bite people and get all close. But so Jaws, in the movie, the man with the big metal teeth, who's the big scary monster, ends up falling in love with a woman who has braces. And the irony, the humor, the whole reason for the scene of them walking off into the sunset is because the woman has braces, and therefore they both have metal teeth, and therefore they fall in love. Except Amazon, now that they own the 007 property, decided to get rid of the braces, because I guess they found it offensive or something along those lines. So now you have a scene in a movie that makes literally zero sense. Because instead you're just like, oh, I guess the big scary monster and this woman fell in love and they smile at each other awkwardly for reasons nobody understands. Because for the future going forward, the woman doesn't have braces anymore because it didn't suit some narrative. And what's my point is that they're going to do this to everything. Every book, every movie, everything. And it's the exact same thing that they did in Orwell's 1984, which is why they had the entire Ministry of Truth, which ironically pushed endless propaganda. Right? So that's what we are going to see, and you should not be remotely surprised that the White House now wants to put out their own version of AI that's going to be the truth AI. It will be the truth of everything. And when you say, hey, Graf, did Donald Trump convert to Judaism, or so did this newscaster say? No, never happened. Did Donald Trump's daughter marry a Jew? No, didn't happen. Did Howard Lutnick live next to Jeffrey Epstein? No, didn't happen. It's offensive that you would ask that, though. You can see where all of this will go. They will have, just like in Orwell, the ability to not only change the present or to change the past, but he who controls the past authors the present, and he who owns the present writes the future. That was Orwell, loosely quoted. That's where we're going. So we've got to note these things and notice these things and write things down. As the reference, ironically, to Orwell, what is it that's banned in Oceania? It is literally pens and pencils and paper. The individual in Winston, the main character, he has to smuggle them out so he can write on a notepad. Why? Because he has control to alter things. And in the dystopia, you don't get to do that. You just get to absorb what they tell you you're allowed to think, to hear, to see, and that you participate in your 2 minutes of hate so that you hate other people rather than noticing the people who hate you and control everything you do. So, Karam, so well stated, beautifully eloquent, my friend. As always, I'm so humbled that you and so many others are in here. And as a last little advocation here, I get called lots of things, anti-Semite, racist, all this. I don't care where you're from. I don't care what nationality, what race, what ethnicity. All I care about is that you focus on the truth. Doesn't mean that I support the endless idea or ideology of diversity of everything, because I want to protect things that are, I don't know, cultures, right? Isn't it weird that the people who suggest that we need diversity so that we can celebrate diversity want to jam everything together and get rid of diversity? Do we ever stop to think about that for a moment? Right? So I want to protect the differences. I want to protect the differences in culture, in cuisine, in dialects, in dialogues. Isn't that what makes the world beautiful? Don't we love the fact that we can travel the world and see all these different things? Do you really want them all to be the same? Is there anything more boring than going to a foreign nation so that you can stay in a Marriott and eat McDonald's and Starbucks? Is there anything more depressing than thinking through what that would be like? That's the future if we don't protect the idea of nations, of cultures, of heritages. And so as a result, I just welcome anybody and everybody, and Kerm, I call it out just because obviously a different dialect, and I love that, and I appreciate you for being here. And at the end of the day, the thing I care most about, truth, intellect, and intellect that is aimed at bringing that truth to the masses so we can construct a better world for everybody. That's how we ultimately win, folks. It's to love everything and everyone that merely advocate for those types of things. So lots of love, Kerm, very well stated. And I apologize, Joanne, I'm not sure. I think it was maybe Mademoiselle next, if I'm not mistaken, then maybe John and Nikki, and then King Jesus, and then what we'll do is we'll close down the space after going through all those hands.
Yes, actually, that I will just say hi to you guys. No, it was you had hands before me. No, I'm just guys, I had a break. I'm so happy to be here, and also just brilliant. Just really good to hear this. And you guys always, I love the panel. I think you guys are literally fire. And it's just interesting because I came in a bit later on. I guess I missed quite a bit. But no, I love what you're doing. I don't have anything to add right now, but You do have hands, and I might add something later. But yeah, Joanne, I missed you, precious. Honestly, I've been studying. It's been hectic out there, and just generally coming back, hearing you guys sitting here doing what you do best, which is sharing the truth. But not only that, you give hope. It's amazing. It's really nice to come back to this. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
I know, lovely precious. We were on the phone, and then I saw you, Ian, go into that space with the person who helped Netanyahu, and I was like, I'll call you back. I need to hear this. So yeah, no, it was amazing. I love you so much, precious. And yeah, everyone, thank you so much for being here. Please repost this space, follow Ian and Susan, amazing speakers. And also, there is a post in the Jumbotron that Ian is radioing a guy. So guys, please like it so that we can reach you.
No, you don't have to. That one has gone. Talk about terminal velocity. That one is so far over. I feel bad for the guy at this point. It actually, the reason I was going to share that earlier, I forgot to make the point about it. Two things. Number one, I love America First. I'm not sure if he's listening right now, but under all of these posts where I just embarrass people, he puts the Tyrannosaurus roaring, which I love. But the other piece was just to suggest and showcase, look, they can continue suppressing us and censoring us and trying to lock us in our little silos, right? And then they do a decent job. I got to give them credit, isolating us from the masses. But the problem is, by doing it the way that they do it, what it does is it reinforces that our like-minded friends are the ones that are fed our content. So what does that mean? It means that it's going to be more viral amongst our people. So even if they suppress it in the algorithm, it doesn't matter, because the tiny amount of people that are going to see it are the ones that are like, let's go. And so then the next thing you know, it doesn't matter how much they suppress it. We go in a post. So they've got 15,000 views with 200 likes, and I have 6.6 thousand views with almost 2,000 likes. I feel bad for these guys. I really do, and I didn't even write anything remotely intelligent. I just said ratio. The guy said, I love being a Zionist or something, and it's so funny. Like, we are winning in spades, and I'm telling you guys, the snowball's going to go faster and faster, and the next thing you know, all of you will be writing ratio under Ben Shapiro, which can become our little mantra. Nothing remotely hateful about that word. I'm sure they're going to say that it is at some point. But all we're doing is basically tossing that word up, and Fuentes did it to Elon Musk and ratioed it like 100x. And what does it basically mean? It just means, no, what you're saying is utter garbage and everybody disagrees. And then it gets massively liked. And so to that point, mademoiselle, that's the white pill. You cannot suppress people and censor people and hate people into loving you. That's not how this works. This is like the psychopathic girlfriend or boyfriend that's like, you will love me, as they're squeezing the person to death. That's what is happening. They have to not only control, but they also have to have us love them for trying to be tyrannical, psychopathic, totalitarian control addicts. Right? So we are going to win because our ideology is rooted in the good. It's rooted in, for what it's worth, the idea of rebellion, which has always been something that people will flock to when it is good-natured. Right? Think of every hero that you've ever admired. None of them had the easy path. There's no hero in any cinema or any literature ever that was just given the easy button and then won. In fact, speaking, because I always make Star Wars references, when Disney tried to do that, by making themselves Star Wars films with the Rey character, who literally just had all of the talent and power right from the get-go. And if you don't believe that, the movie, literally, the climax of it is her, the new hero, that has no training at all, literally defeating the guy who is supposed to be the super villain of all the bad guys. That's literally how the first movie of the new trilogy ended. And you wonder why it didn't do well. Why does nobody get behind that? Because having all the power and just being able to easily defeat everybody, there's nothing exciting about that. That's why the Superman character, for what it's worth, has never been really marketable in modern society. There's no uphill battle. You cheer for Batman because he's just a guy. Superman's totally unrelatable. And so when we are just people, we don't have armies. Truth and Joanne and I don't have TV studios and BlackRock pumping our messaging into everybody and saying, these guys are cool. No, we're the opposite of that. We're the little scrappy people, right? That is what we are. We are the three musketeers, and all of you are the fourth. You are all D'Artagnan, and we are going to take down the evil empire with just truth. It's romantic, it is attractive, and it is something that people will always get behind. They just have to hear it. So just keep doing what we're doing. We are going to incur so much love. Mademoiselle, we're always going to put out the white pill because there's no amount of control they can have that will ultimately defeat us as long as we refuse to give into that. That's as a last little comment. That's why they're pushing all the propaganda. That's why they're giving us, for what it's worth, X, and allowing us to think that we have a voice on here while they endlessly gaslight us. They want you, and I've seen a lot of people unfortunately do this, they want you to say, what's the point? Why participate? It doesn't matter. I can't be monetized. I can't grow my follower account. Why would I? That's what they want you to do. The thing they don't want you to do is to keep screaming into the ether. And as maddening as that may sound, that is the most romantic thing that you can do. Because when you have literally no benefit except for merely pushing for that which is righteous, that which is true, and that which is pure, you become, in a sense, Christ-like. Not Christ, but Christ-like. Because you are giving of yourself to something higher, something better, something purer, and people will always flock to that again. So just continue doing what we're doing, folks. The ether is getting more and more beautiful. More people are going to be screaming with us. And as they do, the tyrants with their Death Star are going to try to take us down every way they can. But they won't be able to, because truth is eternal. It is that fire. It is that light. And it is going to guide us all to a better tomorrow. So just keep doing
Hey, Jacob! I'm in Vegas. Come on, let's get a beer!
John or Nikki? I can't remember.
Hey, this is John. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district against an APAC candidate. I think there's a lot that we agree on, some we disagree on, but 90% of everything we agree on.
You're the same.
Well, you have your opinions, I have my opinions, but I think that I stand with America first, and we need to make America great again by stop giving Israel $1, and we need to stop giving every country on the whole planet $1. You just gave $800 million to Ukraine. Don't trust that guy. You're going to shut me down. Okay, so everything you just said makes you a hypocrite if you kick me off your stage.
Excuse me, you're talking too loud.
Well, you're talking too British. Don't know what to tell you, sweetheart. Turn your volume down. There's a volume control on your phone.
Whoa, John. Hang on here. Hang on. I want to be respectful.
All right.
John,
well, are you a
Congressman?
That's right. I wanted to ask you a question as a candidate. If you were running for Congress and you got elected, or you were the president, what are the 3 things you would do for we, the people of America? Ian?
Well, it seems pretty obvious. And you know what? We've got an entire schematic here that we could reference that seemingly upset so many apple carts that it resulted in a bullet to the brain, which is literally to first and foremost say all foreign money needs to get out of American politics. Secondly, the central banking system and the Federal Reserve needs to be absolutely eliminated. And that's a perfectly reasonable second thing to do. We can then perhaps look at the entanglements not only on the financial side, but also geopolitically with the Middle East and suggest this is not working for anybody at all whatsoever and get rid of that entire problem. We could perhaps look at the idea of nuclear proliferation and suggest there's one group of people that maybe have this thing Hannibal directive that seem to not abide by any
Hannibal directive? He's still talking about the Hannibal directive!
We could actually we could say maybe that guy might have had a couple things right. There's a few other more extreme things that we could prospectively do. I don't really advocate for that. But the first thing I would absolutely do is to ban, or at least put back in place, the ban that prohibited the U.S. government from propagandizing the citizenry that Barack Obama overturned. That's ludicrous. That the U.S. government needs to literally have the ability to lie to the citizenry is wild, and it's been doubled down because the recent legislation has basically said that deepfakes and other AI things need to be monitored, managed, and potentially even criminalized, with the exception of the intelligence communities. So wait a second. The U.S. government gets to propagandize its citizenry without any recourse, and can also use AI to construct video that might use deepfakes for what purpose? Why would anyone not find that weird? It almost almost like the tech giants are trying to set up a system where they could just, I don't know, say Truth Tower and Ian Malcolm 84. Here's a video of them robbing a bank. It might be AI generated, but we don't have the ability to know because only the U.S. government gets to decide what is and isn't real, right? There's a lot of guidelines that we can try and put in place, but the thing that first and foremost has to be done, the borders have to be closed. I think any and every individual that illegally came into the country needs to certainly be cross-examined. Those that are either violent or criminal certainly would be removed. And you can take all kinds of larger extremes on that front, which I would actually advocate for. And when I say extremes, I don't mean being violent, but I mean suggesting that for the last 30 plus years, mass migration has been weaponized against white, Western, Christian cultures. That is not humane, because you can suggest that it's the humane thing to do for people that come from the third world, but it's not humane to those that live in the first world to ruin it on the basis that they need to be empathetic and tolerant of other people. That's not how the world works. You don't get to just take people and stab them in the side and say, well, if you reject this, it's because you're a bigot. That's not how it works. So those are the things that I would do, John. I'm not sure if those are at all of interest. Empathetic and tolerant of other people. That's not how the world works. You don't get to just take people and stab them in the side and say, well, if you reject this, you're a bigot. That's not how it works. So those are the things that I would do, John. I'm not sure if those are at all of interest. Maybe they're terrible ideas. I don't know. But what I can tell you is, guys, who would do? I think the central banking piece, the borders, those are some of the most important and critical. But I'd be curious for your thoughts because I think you're brilliant, my friend.
Yeah, so in terms of how to deal with the Jewish occupation, of America, of course, repeal the Federal Reserve and ensure that, the Treasury remains in-house and that no foreign entity can control the monetary policy. And of course, banish all of the pro-Jewish lobbies, like, of course, AIPAC, the ADL, J Street, UDP, and ensure there's no more influence, any foreign influence on Congress, and of course, Senate, presidency, or any of the political entities, the mayorships, the councils, etc., the judges. They control them all. They have their tentacles spread out across America. And then, the media can't be owned by any of these people either. They should all be, objective, independent, and not just, pro-profit. They shouldn't. I don't think they even should be publicly traded. In some sense, some of them should be nationalized. And the way you impose a check and balance is where the government is actually accountable to the people. Let's say an annual election with a simple litmus test that if they can't balance a budget, they get fired. It's that simple. And the election cycle is just very simple. It's like maybe 2 or 3 weeks with a very limited budget, one debate, and then any major law or reform that take place would be through some kind of referendum where the public would vote for or against it. And if special funding is required, then the public would fund it, and if the money's not there, then it won't happen. You spend what you have, not you don't get access to unlimited amounts of funds. With a fiat currency, you can just continue devaluing. So no more fiat currency either. Ideally, a currency based on labor-backed currency, with zero debt, zero interest, of course, and no usury. And of course, no more degeneracy. That would be banned as well. Pornography, OnlyFans, Pornhub, all that stuff banned. And ideally, revert back to a traditional nuclear family. Just promote heterosexuality and banish any homosexuality in public. Now, what happens behind closed doors? You just can't control. It's unrealistic to try to control.
You can still have gay sex in private.
Promote a more traditional lifestyle. Revert back to what's worked for centuries. This state, the civilization without which we cease to exist. Force ban all the vaccines, big pharma crap as well, and refer back to traditional medicine as well, with focus on health, which Jews have been destroying for many decades now, which has impacted the rate significantly, especially with all the vaccines they pushed over 70 doses. So, that's just my little basket of things that change immediately. But health is, I think, key. Banning all these big pharma drugs that are out there, causing all kinds of problems, side effects, and worsening health outcomes deliberately, and also, impacting life expectancy. Plus, how deaths are occurring, which now is far less so due to natural causes, but instead due to some terminal illness, which is what they want. Which gives them the opportunity to try to bankrupt the American public because, healthcare costs are so expensive. But you can significantly minimize healthcare costs. The $4 trillion plus that it costs is, to push for healthier lifestyle and prevent preemptive medicine, preemptive health, preemptive lifestyles that will, minimize the need to ever even need to consult a doctor, if at all. Doctors have been put on a pedestal for far too long, overpaid, over relied on, and the AMA and even all the medical associations and textbooks need to be revised back to what they were. The Rothschild medicine needs to end too. So that's my little summary of what I would do if I were in power. I bet John agrees with me on every single point. Of course, there should be zero foreign aid to any countries. That's an easy one. And Israel will cease to exist after that because, well, they're not self-sustaining, are they? They're a charity case. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of it. I think at this point, to say that all things shouldn't be considered as futile. I mean, in my opinion, we live in a real bad society. Clown society, clown world is really bad right now. It's the worst I've ever seen it. And judges and lawyers and doctors, if you're in on the grift, you don't want a thing to change. Medicare, Medicaid at $4 trillion a year. Nobody wants that to change. The Republicans just voted for Obamacare. They just gave another $1 billion to Ukraine. The Republicans are indebting this country. The Democrats are as well. The uniparty is real. Congress authorizes the Federal Reserve to spend this money, so we borrow it from them. These are all future tax liabilities. But the thing is, it is a banana republic now. But Venezuela is a bigger banana republic. Zimbabwe dollar is a bigger banana republic. So it is a global fiat banana republic. But we still have the biggest military. So we are like the biggest mafia organization on the planet. And look at the NATO budget. Look at all the wars. We are the primary culprit in causing conflict throughout the globe. But these are clown world Americans. You and I know it. The Lindsey Grahams, the State Department employees. We live with really stupid people. Highly toxic, very liberal, very effed up people, and they are in your government. They're everywhere. It's like the Matrix. It's like when Neo and Morpheus are walking down the street, it's a simulation of Clown Index. And that's just my opinion, but I agree, I'm not opposed to anything because at this point, this ship is got so many fucked up participants or passengers. I don't, who wants to go to point A to point B with these people? I think Clown World sucks.
What's crazy that you called Instagram? I was thinking about it. What did you say that they were? It's not libertarian.
He was giving the example of them being liberal, I guess. I think so.
Yeah, liberal. Liberal.
I mean, Lindsey Graham is crazy, and the only thing that I suppose I would say is that if we look at Clown World, and I agree, and we basically got Clown World on the left, and we've got Clown World on the right, and the Clown World on the left is the LGBT woke diversity of everything, mass migration of everything, destruction of all of the culture, the heritage, the tradition, the norms of the Christian world. And the Clown World on the right is forever do everything that is of benefit to Israel and Jews. And then if you look at the common denominator behind who's pushing both of those forces, what you realize is the real Clown World is that the world is a stage, it's all just players, but we're watching a show that is directed, produced, run entirely at the behest of suspects that own Hollywood, right? So that's the reason that we focus on the construct of this matrix, because if you're under the impression that you can, let's say, win the matrix by making the most money or by becoming the most famous, all of those things are complete waste of time. It's all fake because you're in the video game, you're in the simulation. The only thing that matters is identifying Agent Smith and the architect of the matrix and trying to point at that thing, because nothing else changes until people become aware of that piece. And so maybe, John, that's why I continue triangulating and pointing at all of the let's say, the architect.
See, that's an all or nothing statement.
If you can show me that it's not the usual suspects that I point fingers at, I'm always welcome.
Imagine if you said black people in Zimbabwe or Indians in India. Your statement is all or nothing when you say the Jews or Israel. I know, go to your local Chabad and go do a Shabbos with a bunch of Jews, and you tell me if they're involved in one conspiracy. They're not.
You're saying the Jews, as if I'm making a low IQ argument and just randomly pointing fingers. So I want to play a game with you. I'm going to be intellectually honest here. Can you showcase to me a single example in the Western world, in particular in America, because I presume you're most familiar with it, where at the top of the woke problem, or the media problem, or the tech problem, can you point to any of the problem that you complain and campaign against that is not architected, owned, or run at the highest level by Jews?
There's a lot of really piece of shit liberal Jews out there, but there's a lot.
Okay, hang on. You said liberals and POSs, and then you said Jews. Okay, can you show me a single place where it is not somebody that is either ethnically, religiously married to and or beholden and funded by individuals that are Jewish? Can you give me one example?
Can you give me an example of the Saudis, the Qatars, the Russians, the Iranians? There's people all around the world. You got Jew brain disease. You got Jewish derangement syndrome.
John, you're spurging out, as the kids would say. We're trying to focus on the Western world. We can go into all those places.
You're asking a one-word...
John, don't make me mute you again. Just try to conduct yourself with some degree of class and intelligence, and I'm going to try and be generous for another 60 seconds or so, and then we'll move on because you're being a little bit ridiculous. I will give you one more chance. You're an individual running for Congress. I don't mean to embarrass you. I'm going to give you one more opportunity. Showcase to me where in the Western world there's a power structure that is not run at the highest level, if degenerate to society, by Jews. Can you give me one example?
Chairman Powell is a Jesuit, you Catholic fucking idiot. It's run by Jesuits, not the Jews. Jesuits control everything, I tell you. And they touch a lot of little boys' booty holes. And they got a lot of big lawsuits against them. Billions of dollars. They're a bunch of pedophile Catholics at the top.
I'm going to mute you again because you're either drunk, you're low IQ, you're a troll, or you're just flailing around because you can't honestly address the question that I'm asking you. In any of those...
You just don't like my answer that the Catholics are a bunch of pedophiles and these Jesuits controlling the military and the big pharma industrial complex. You're covering up for the Jesuits, you Catholic show! And that Pope...
John, so you want to talk about the pharmaceutical industry? You really want to go down that route? You want me to point out all of the individuals at the top of the COVID roll?
Yes, let's hear it! Do the roster of the Jews, Ian. And I'll give you the roster of the Jesuits that work with those Jews. Let's do it. I got a list. You got your list, you Jew-hating, anti-Semitic, Jewish derangement syndrome schmuck. Are you vaccinated and triple boosted? Because this message is brought to you by Pfizer.
John, I'm going to try and be respectful. I'm going to give you one more chance. Give me 3 individuals that are Jesuit educated at the top of the COVID rollout.
Go ahead, John.
I want everybody to know you're not muted right now.
The Jesuits. Yeah, no, it's not. Jesuits.
Come on, John, you can do it. Are you typing?
I can't do it.
You hoping it's going to save you?
Oh, there we go. Listen, I know a lot of you people never went to college and you're not in a sorority or a fraternity, but there are fraternities out there.
I will give you one more opportunity. Can you point to a set of 3 Jesuit individuals at the top of the COVID rollout?
Listen, I got my list of over 200 Jesuit traitors that we need to hang in D.C.
Direct question. I told you that it was your final opportunity. I'm going to give you one more. You are embarrassing yourself. Name 3 individuals that are Jesuit educated that are at the top of the COVID rollout. Ready, go.
Dr. Fauci, you fucking idiot! Do I gotta spell it out for you? F-A-U-C-I! Fauci!
John, you're not muted.
Yes, I am.
I think he's burning so hard that his microphone just gave up. I was like, oh my god.
You know why? Boomers like this.
I told him he was speaking.
What boomers like this? Because Dr. Fauci vaccinated you and you can't have children anymore. The mRNA vaccine in your blood is going to prevent all of you from having children. And we'll have a global depopulation. And Bill Gates, another Jesuit. Dr. Bill Gates, another Jesuit who vaccinated you and won't let you go on your trip to the southern Spain. Oh dear me, because we're going to get another booster, darling. Got to get another Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca, put inside the tuckers.
Really remarkable.
A Jesuit and a Jew cooked up the special vaccination population that is depopulating the planet.
Personality, guys. He has another personality.
You got another personality. It's not an imitation, you twink. You fucking twat.
John's a pedophile.
John's a pedophile. That's projection, you sick little fuck.
John, do you know who founded the Jesuit order in 1540? Since you're so smart.
Fucking Dr. Bill Gates' grandfather.
You went to college, right? Do you know the name of the...
Dr. Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci did this to us, and you can't even admit it because you got your head so far up these fucking Jesuit asses.
Ignatius Loyola in 1540, along with a bunch of other, I don't know, Sephardic Jews are the ones who founded the Jesuit order.
Got your head so far up Bill Gates' ass, you can't pull it out the Jesuit hole that is him.
Wasn't it? There's too many of those Jewish poisons he's been exposed to. So this is what I mean, people, when I say stay away from the Jewish poisons and these terrible...
Stay away from Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci and all these Catholics.
And you spur out like this. Maybe he's still...
He's a fake Christian, ladies and gentlemen. He's not a real Jesus believer.
...of a fraud, wannabe Jew like George Santos, who spent all his money on, I guess, OnlyFans subscriptions, Botox, and fancy suits, taking his husband out. You're a faggot too, right, John? Yeah, I guess maybe John's got a chance. Who knows?
That's projection, but George Santos is a faggot. George Santos and Milo Yiannopoulos are indeed faggot cocksuckers. Don't take advice from faggots, kids.
Okay, hold on, John. Be serious for a second. How much money have you got? You got more than $90 since the last time we spoke.
This is part of the humiliation for shekels. He has to make a total ass clown of himself because he can't afford to go to Israel. They won't pay for his trip because he's not qualified. He's just doesn't have enough of a network to qualify that he can get his all expense paid trip to Israel. So he's gonna really simp and humiliate himself in spaces before he.
It's a humiliation ritual, ladies and gentlemen. The Orthodox Jews are making me humiliate myself.
You were blackmailing at all, or you just that far? Not even on the first rung of the Jewish ladder.
This is a humiliation ritual. I'm participating in a humiliation ritual for the Orthodox Jewish organization, for the AJC and the Empire. This is, I'm getting paid to do this, folks. The Jews control everything, and they're paying me to do this right now.
He's still doing the British accent, guys. I tricked him out.
It's all remarkable. John, I'm going to say this with complete sincerity. Get up.
That was hilarious.
To a counselor.
What do you mean? I just had some pizza. Why would I want to go to a counselor? I gotta go to the bathroom and wash my hands.
To the therapist that I would recommend you perhaps consider speaking with.
Therapist recommendations now for me and Carol.
How I spend my days and ask them for evaluation.
It's projection. This is all projection. We got it. It's called the projection.
Back to the space. And for time, a recap, because I want you to get better, John. What we just kind of witnessed, and I say this with complete sincerity. I think the kids would call it cringe. Because it was beyond embarrassing, and I'm not only embarrassed on behalf of you, I'm embarrassed on behalf of listeners that had to listen, myself, that this was part of the conversation. There's a lot of things that are obnoxious. There's a lot of trolls. There's a lot of people who disconnect from reality, and then there are those who are disassociated from it. And I think you might fit into the final bucket. And so again, John, I say that with all sincerity. I'm not a doctor. I have no medical expertise in this regard, but consider it. Consider speaking with a therapist, with a psychologist, and again, share this with them. And if it was a troll, then in that case, perhaps
nicely done if it was a troll.
Go and do stand-up and improv.
I'm already doing it right now, baby. We're doing it right now, Ian Malcolm 84.
School, I can't remember what it's called, but a stand-up school that's part of that. It's a theater program. Largely run by Jews at its highest level.
Ooh, back to the Jewish teachers. Jewish masters.
Either psychological, maybe illness, in which case I pity you and you have my empathy. Or perhaps you're trying to be humorous and you're just really bad at it.
Let's just crush the show.
You're not wanted. I don't want to see you here.
I'm not wanted in his faces. He doesn't want to see me anymore.
And I will not give you a mic going forward.
Woo! I got that for the Carol Show.
And I hope that you find happiness wherever
Ian Malcolm, ban me from the show. Ban for the Ian Malcolm 84 show.
Go ahead, miss.
Thank you very much. It's been an excellent space, Ian. Well done, Joanne, and truth teller, and recognizing your speakers. Awesome speakers, by the way. I wish to challenge American community, and I pray that one day you will find it in you to act on this. The Zionist government considers itself an American friend. And they are taking nationals from America to ill-indoctrinate them, and maybe how about reciprocating that and train and have no less than 1,000 to start with, and tens of thousands sooner, to go and also indoctrinate and transform Zionist children, and whether they are fake or true Jews, but they are ill-indoctrinated. They are held hostage. They cannot even converse over the Hannibal Directive, and their children are destroying donor help. They need help. The only superpower we have under the sun is the friend of Israel, America. How about we sponsor a group to go and do the same in Israel? Will that be acceptable? I hope it will. It is a very important thing to consider, really, that we talk, because in reality, the Jews are held hostage as we speak. There are many things they cannot talk about. And then may I touch on something that I hope it will be understood fairly. We have our Muslim community who always say peace upon Jesus, but he's not God, he's not. I think we should arrive at a place where we help each other understand that mankind cannot save themselves, and Jesus is the Son of God. He's one with God. He is God. And I will also qualify this by one thing that once happened to, forgive me for saying a lot, but this is an important point I wish to highlight, that there has been a very notable prophet, and one day a group of Muslims came to kill Christians, but this was a prophet of another level. God revealed what was about to happen, and he set traps, and he made sure that when they come, which they did, and then after eating at the church kitchen, they had set their explosives. They were arrested in the spirit. And what then happened is that for a few days they couldn't sleep. They couldn't, yet they were arrested. They couldn't travel back to where they had come from, and yet they couldn't explode their satanic things scattered around the church. I am trying to say, yes, it may be nothing to do with the Islamic religion, but these people claimed to have been initiated using the Quran. So we have to get to a point where we help each other with the right thing. God has defined how things should be done, and we cannot be appeasing each other and fooling each other. And it is of concern also, because even the Gazans and the Palestinians, at times, some people
from the Ian Jewish Derangement Show, Jew Hate Show.
They're not suffering because they are Muslims, but there are some who are trying to use that. No, let's sort the world and let's make it a fair place.
Amazon, despite coming off of their really good quarter, almost everything else in the large cap tech basket is well off its highs. And
Jack, those are crowded trades.
They are, and so they're becoming source of fun during this rotation, right?
Yes, it's a source of funds, and I totally get the rotation. But look at like the XLI, okay, the industrials ETF. Look at industrials,
100% agree.
all-time closing high today.
100%. That's what opportunities, Joe. Exactly. 100% agree. And by the way, in XLI, there are many these defense contractors as well. So, and there has always been tremendous amount of opportunities there to make money. And yeah, 100% correct, right? So XLI, IYT, retail is now waking up. And I think there's some fundamental narrative shift that need to happen in chemical space, but even materials are starting to look better and better each week that goes by. But broadly speaking, if you were to bucket all of it, I think you could say that the signs that we're seeing would suggest a shift towards large cap value, cyclical value basket. Not defensive value. There's a very big difference. Not defensive value. I'm not saying go hide out in Staples. I'm not saying go hide out buying Coca-Cola and Kimberly-Clark's of the world. I'm saying cyclicals, buy notes, buy Union Pacific, buy smokestacks, all these cyclical value. And again, I'll just say this, but I know that I think this is the environment that's coming. I think this is a beautiful time for O'Hare to make a lot of money next year.
Only O'Hare.
Well, he is probably the best large cap value or even mid cap value guy that I've known on Twitter. There might be others, but he's probably the best one I've ever come across. So yeah, so I'll put him at the top until I find somebody else. But Joe, let me ask you this. If this line of thinking, which I think you and I sort of agree, right, largely speaking, this rotation, if this is correct, does it not worry you then about cryptos? Does it not worry you then we could be entering into a period where crypto could just take a very long rest and go nowhere?
No, because I don't listen, if it stagnates and chops around, to me, I have other assets that'll perform well. I don't mind that. Okay, I think it actually is healthy. Now, will it underperform? Yeah. Is that annoying? Yeah, because of my allocation. But what we are more concerned about is there some serious economic downturn that's going to pull assets down, 80-70%? Like that's the bigger issue.
Well, let me touch on that because the U.S. dollar has been unable to get through 100, and if my discussions that I've just
your perspective has never been pulled. Do you think you were successful?
Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 312, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without. Objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. On this vote, the yeas are 3.
To make your season full of holiday cheer.
I think the most important thing that's going to happen in the world in the next 3 to 4 years is data centers in space. If you think about it from first principles, data centers should be in space. What are the fundamental
12, the nays are 112. The bill is passed without objection.
this is an informational warfare type agenda, which it is, I think we can all at least agree in some part that is a big case. It's a technology war, and if all this information is all of a sudden all readily available to us, what are we missing here?
No, we're not. I'd say
Hey,
we're not,
John,
because
I just want to say to John, I'd really like to interview him soon about everything we just laying down. I just sent you a DM.
Sure. Can you hear him, John?
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure you share that. I'll be.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, this is something I actually blew the whistle on Facebook back in 2017 about, and this is one of the reasons why I got nuked down there. My account was literally suspended for a year and a half until I just stopped using it after that. But it's crazy, man. Like, they don't want this information out on what this agenda was for. This all goes back to Saudi and like the tarmac meetings and the global agenda and stuff like that. It's pretty wild.
Don't forget the whole Tesla fires. Trump was trying to say by attacking Teslas, you were a domestic terrorist. Remember that? Tesla, domestic terrorist, robots, and so forth.
Imagine that. And now they're trying to put data centers in space. So if they do go rogue, we can't even destroy the data centers. Yeah, but their data, I would just say the amount of data that's there, whether it was accessible or isn't, when you remove that Five Eyes layer, there's so much shit that's there that wasn't there before. 99% of people probably say they don't care about that, but it is important, and it's also a big piece to understand that when you're sovereign and you have a crown, you can run shit, especially here in the U.S., because all your decisions are your own, from your monetary policy to the top, bottom, the entire structure of your governance. You're the ultimate authority on that. So that's another one of those things. That the things that you can do when you're in an actual country that has a ruler or a controller is very powerful. And that's why they segued after they created the whole Arabian Peninsula, and they put a bunch of those arrows on the thrones. All those people went to the London schools, and they're all interconnected. So same storyline repeats over and over and over again. But I won't bore people to death.
No, that part of the history is my job. See, hang tight just a second, buddy. We got a new speaker up here. The other John, is it Kitover? Or how do you pronounce it?
Kitover. I'm running for Congress in Illinois 16. But when I hear somebody saying that we're putting data centers in outer space, I have to basically come to the conclusion that there's so much clickbait and so much stupid content out there, and the fact that we talk about it and listen to it, like I've gone on diets and fasts of all this stupid content and surrounded myself with books, and thank God we have effing books, because otherwise you listen to just nonstop clickbait and stupid shit all day long by clown world people who want to fill your stupid consciousness with, we've got to put data centers in outer space. This is the most important thing in society. Not your property taxes, not your homeowner's insurance, not your sales taxes, not your gas prices, not everything that you use in your real life to exist. We've got to now start really seriously considering worrying and start investing all of our money and work an extra day a week so we can get these huge, massive data centers in outer space. It's like, anyways, I'm just, ranting, but looking forward to being in your space.
Hey, welcome, sure. Break in, dude. And hey, to that point, I'm probably a little autistic, to be entirely honest. But I have a laundry list of links and, things that I found to be interesting. Like our grandparents would include newspaper articles, decades ago. And I have an article somewhere in my hidey hole about a federal contractor that was either awarded or in the process of being awarded a grant that would have enabled them to produce space-based megastructures. And I found that the source document's actually real, it's a real thing. But yeah, you're right, dude. It is the most the most obvious and glaring thing, NVIDIA came out.
I'm just glad he wasn't saying it didn't exist for a minute. I was like, oh my god. He's like, oh, I was like, they're showing it.
I was like, yeah, wait a minute, no, they actually are. But the crazy thing about it is, you rewind back through time, this conversation's been going on for a long time, and they're looking at trying to harvest more energy from the sun by solar or whatever it is, and then the argument comes out like, oh yeah, well, in a vacuum, it's technically easier to heat or cool. That whole conversation exists. But like 3-4 weeks ago, like I was getting into, NVIDIA had acknowledged one of the posts that I had propagated and contributed to, as well as a couple others, the FinTwit, if you will. Why would a corporation that large come out and say, we are not Enron? But their business practices clearly indicate that their revenue models are circular at best, and they operate on a 12-month forward projection, which are
accused of being like Enron.
Yeah, because they are. The whole thing is money laundering. It's a giant circular model, like left pocket to right pocket to this dude's left pocket to that. They even marry dudes so that they can enjoy the fringe tax benefits. Like, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
But they're not lying because they're not named Enron, so there's that.
Yeah, they're NVIDIA with an EN. Like, come on.
Well, and what was the last, quote, data center, going back, let's say, 20, 25 years ago, that was introduced on the East Coast, I believe, actually, in Massachusetts. Well, that was part of now CIA, FBI operations.
Yeah, remember when AWS East went down? Oh, by the way, it's Norfolk, Virginia.
Yeah, now we have the fusion centers of space pretty much being implemented.
Freaking space lasers. Marjorie Taylor Greene was right. Holy shit.
Yeah, and those flying whales, they have laser beams.
I mean,
freaking shark.
Freaking
laser beam.
Where John go? Where are you running, John? You're running in.
I'm running in Illinois 16 versus Darren LaHood. And chemtrails or contrails, as they're called on YouTube. I see contrails every single sunny afternoon in the Chicagoland area. I see the craziest videos. In my opinion, I would really like to get a camera so you can really zoom in and see what's happening. But I don't know. It is the dumbest conspiracy theory thing to talk about. It's as stupid as flat Earth, but it's not stupid. I mean, you have to realize the taxpayers are borrowing to sit there to fly these fucking planes all around the skies in every major city for what? Are these pilots just joyriding, practicing? Are these National Guard reserve pilots? Like, can we FOIA it? I mean, anyways, it's kind of a joke, but, I think we live in clown world. Everybody's worried about the Jews and Israel and Candace Owens and Tim Dillon's pop shots in his chicken farm. It's like, I'm just sick of society. I'm sick of clown world. I'm sick of the communication that we have to live under in this country when we know we're 39 trillion in debt, 100 trillion in unfunded debt. The big pharma, the big military, the never-ending wars, the irrational and stupid alliances with stupid governments and stupid fucking people. I'm sick of all the liberal scum at the State Department, at the IRS, and the Treasury. I'm sick of liberals everywhere controlling everything in every major city. They are the dumbest fucking people I've ever seen. And I live in Chicago with Brandon Johnson, one of the chief stupidest people on the planet, who's now our mayor. I just don't. It's a paradox. How are the dumbest people on the planet some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet?
Well, there's a term. Yes, the secret ingredient is crime, but there's a term for that. It's a cacistocracy. It's for the least qualified leaders.
That's what we got. But I do think the level of information that's coming out, especially with the release or whatever, discontinuance of the Five Eyes cables, will really start to open things up a lot, especially privately. Interesting with Chicago, because Chicago's like, New Jersey, you got Delaware, you got Maryland, you got Virginia, but Chicago's like a little cesspool of its own. What's your plans for changing Chicago?
Well, I'm running in the 16th district of Illinois, which is Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois, but I'm a resident here in Chicago. The Chicago Teachers Union that Johnson comes from are hardcore liberal Marxist communist socialists that literally dress up in all red and they look like communist parties. 65% of our property taxes go to funding the Chicago public school system, which is controlled by the teachers union. Basically, this government puts out $250 billion a year or $100 billion a year with the Department of Education, but it's $1 trillion+ a year industry because of property taxes. But lawyers just control the whole fucking system. And running for Congress, they removed me from the ballot yesterday because a bunch of corrupt judges and lawyers that run the entire election board, they don't listen to your challenges. They don't obey administrative law. They do whatever the hell they want to do, and they ignore you. And, I'm not a lawyer. So, and I'm not going to spend, $30,000 for a lawyer to defend my campaign. It's so Americans have to realize that this is a transformative experience running for Congress. And every American should run for Congress. There's no filing fee. It takes 15 minutes, and it's an incredible experience to see how your government really works, because the whole racket is judges and lawyers, challenges, objections of petitions. Constitution, there's only one agency in the Constitution, the Department of Commerce's a Census Bureau. So I don't know. I know it's 2025, but I don't know. I'm just like,
No, I'm with you. I'm glad you're embracing it too, because it can become very daunting and almost discouraging. But from my perspective, it's actually a really good thing, because you never would have people looking this deeply into the corporate structure of cities or boards or different parties. And that stuff is it's the juice, right? You really find out how the machine actually operates and works underneath the hood.
No, I'm not saying it's the Jews. I'm not saying it's the Jews. There's.
I said juice.
Oh, juice. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I was lost.
That's a sincere TikToker.
Well, that makes me want to drop my meme down into the bill.
But I'm glad that we're having those difficult conversations too, because I think it's fucking annoying when people can't just talk about whatever subject, right? That's what annoys me the most. The whole Candace thing is all these parenting influencers just saying, no, you're not allowed to. It's really, we're supposed to just trust the FBI. We're supposed to just trust the government, who covered up JFK, covered up satanic pedophilia, lied about the election, lied about Russiagate, are still lying about JFK. So yeah, it's crazy. We have C11 and Gambler. You guys are trying to.
Thanks. Real quick, I have some more to bring to your space, to the effect of what you were, had in your minds and your vision here, and I like it.
Can I just add that there's a giant segment of people that also say if you question Candace that you're a Fed or Israeli or they want to cancel you. There's people we know very well. I'm not going to name their name. We say if they're out there questioning Candace, just unfollow them. And these are right wing freedom of speech guys.
It's like that pattern. It just repeats, huh? That doesn't matter. We went through with the Jews thing for a while. It's just you're on one side or the other. Pick a side and stick to it. I don't know.
It's something that goes all the way back to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, right? But I don't want to start at the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. I don't even want to start.
No, you should. I'll tell you guys that.
I don't even want to start at the point. Listen, sir. I don't even want to start at the point where his hand in the quill or whatever, whether it was a pen or quill, was put to the paper to sign over the Secret Service. Did you know that was the key? That was it. That was the moment in time where everything shifted, and everything that you see today, that is the birth of it. And if you could put it in terms of the seed germinating the egg, right? That is the very point right there.
Well, it's the version of
the signature of Abraham Lincoln on that piece of fucking paper that started the Secret Service, and he probably didn't even know that he was signing his own death sentence.
Well, I'll just say this, right? So the version of history they sold and told us
That's not the version that's in those department cables. He actually creates a system during the Civil War called the FRUS cables, or State Department cables, regarding foreign relations. And those are now released. So you can read about, him directly, not him, but William Seward directly calling out the Queen of England, and talking about how they're, capturing their ships and privateering and supporting the other side of the South, even to the point inside Parliament where they literally call for recognizing the South as a separate nation with its own president. So I would just say this, like, the version of history that we have is so far from what the actual source files show, and I would just encourage you to read those because they haven't been accessible, and for some reason they are now. So,
this is the biggest reason that I appreciate your space is because it's an advanced U.S. history class. You're not gonna learn these things in any class, not even in college. Okay. The point I wanted to start at, I just mentioned Lincoln because that was a significant assassination, right? But that was just like, it was just the beginning. It was just like, okay, so they have the power to do that. And so for the longest time, it didn't rear its head again until JFK really truly, like in a really big way. And then it's just been rampant ever since. But to understand what I'm talking about, here is a bullet point. I have bullet points. From the 1830s to the 1890s, this period of time, European banking dynasties, the Rothschild, the Warburg, the Schiff, the Baring, plus American robber baron houses, Morgan, Rockefeller, Kuhn, Leib, I don't know how to spell that. Kuhn, all right. So you know this material. Consolidate transatlantic finance. That is a bullet point I want to bring. I yield there.
Interesting term there, right? Transatlantic finance.
Wasn't Wells Fargo transmitting on telegraph or transatlantic cables?
They all have to. But we don't own those cables. That's that's the crux of the issue. It always been the crux of the issue. So yeah, with the history, especially these documents, it's like you're revisiting history, but you're finding the accurate version of it. And that's why my thing is, like, go directly to the source, go directly to the archive, and always press to check foreign archives, foreign languages. Like, when I do research now, I'll research in like 10 different languages because you would be surprised what like pamphlets in an archive somewhere will tell you about a royal charter or the corporate structure of governance. It's very interesting.
And Michael, I was going to say, can you do like a primer on how to access the various archives for research?
Hell yes. That could be like one of my, I would say, probably first or second episode, 100%. It's so interesting. Like, for some reason, right, again, I can't put my finger on it. It probably has to do with Erickson News Star. But the case files, especially from 2014, but the privatized records that were backdoored through MIT, I mean, you're talking about, like, not the hypothetical version of history for the Titanic. You can actually look up every investor, every insurer that was involved, the people that were involved, the cases that were involved. And this might sound boring to most people, but...
Well, yeah. To spice it up, doesn't RMS mean Royal Mail Ship?
Yeah! Which makes it infrastructure owned by the king.
What about White Star Alliance and all of that?
Yeah, White Star Line comes too. Basically, Morgan comes in and marries his daughter to Charles Francis Adams III. Claim is descendant of the President John Quincy Adams and the Adams family. But from my research, I'm finding that there's a major discrepancy in the corporate boards that they claim that these individuals were on. And I pulled all their records, all their property records, all their corporate records, and that was what started this whole rat race way back when, like 2017 and 18 when I got cancer. And so, you know, there's a version of history that they've told us, and then there's the version that the files actually show. And I think the version that the files actually show is way more fascinating. And so it sucks because it's like, oh my God, we've been lied to. But it's not that bad because in reality you can actually find the source truth
and then compare and contrast it. So I think revisiting Lincoln is fucking amazing because he straight up calls out, the Queen specifically. He's like, you're privateering. You're literally disabling our ability to conduct commerce. And then you parse that with like, okay, if I'm looking at a story and it involves German royal family, the British royal family, the Rothschilds, right? So you want to look in all the places they did business, and then all the languages where those corporate records would be stored or filed, and you put that in the prompt, specifically saying, I want you to check all these different archives. And I don't know, maybe it's like I've just mind warped my AI to like do this so often that it's just doing it on the regular. But yeah, we've got access to archives that we didn't before. Like I said, the secret Five Eyes agreement, that's made between FDR and he also creates FBI SIS, he creates OSS, and that secret treaty has never been online, and found it, along with 555 other documents that will tell you the complete signals intelligence history of the Five Eyes agreement and the secret aspects of it. So to me, it's fascinating. Probably to most other people, it's not that fascinating, but you can think about the East Wing of the White House, where first, under FDR, he builds a private room, and it's like a collaborative trust. It's really a bunker, and that's where that agreement was, where its power source was. So I know that the fact that I'm staring at these files and I'm checking the Wayback Machine, I'm checking internet history to see if, has this file ever been on the public front-facing internet? And it's showing me no, it's not. So that's all out there. And I think that changes the game a lot. Does it cause us to have a slight bit of dependence on Israel? Yes. But I genuinely think that Israel will be reformed, the UK will be reformed, and the United States will be reformed. Because we're just too captured.
This is America. I got you slipping now.
I think it's important to note, like, as far as ownership claims of different departments too. I think it was mentioned Lincoln Secret Service. But what isn't really well talked about is that Washington, quote, unofficially created his own form of a Secret Service agency. And this is, in part, was crossing the Delaware sort of thing, and spies and coming around to the backside and conquering and so on and so forth. But with Lincoln, it's kind of that history shift too, because if you look at Into the Pinkertons, there's a big part to do with what modern day sort of I guess police force and intelligence and the Secret Service apparatus is kind of modeled off of, which, interestingly enough, has to deal with railroads and to do with shipping lanes and land and connecting to the sea and how that plays a role into things. Because it all obviously goes back to British crown sort of.
How much would it cost them traveling all this way for this formality? The legal navigators are told one common for 6 months and 62 salaries.
They were dominating during the Civil War. The British Empire had a vastly powerful, whether it was private industry, East India Company.
Kings did not pay homage to the kings. Perhaps the kings were too far behind to see. And the soldiers wanted
not really a
history remembers kings. Not soldiers. I'll build monuments to victory on every island of Greece. I'll carve Agamemnon in the stone. My name will last through the ages.
It's just hard to get primary sources, files that you can actually trust. But with these tables, I'm telling you, that's something Lincoln created himself, and a month before Lincoln gets assassinated, he also forms through
no argument with people, but if you don't research, you'll never see home again.
So he saw, I imagine he saw the Southern District of New York, which is literally nicknamed the Sovereign.
Too many people have died today. Killing's your only talent, that's your curse.
The royal.
I don't want anyone dying from me.
It's a sales coach. It's still on that land.
Silenced. Why
Things were like a month
Keynes did not.
Something Eastern District of New York reform. Isn't it funny how he gets assassinated? So yeah, really interesting. All the stuff we'll revisit, but can revisit. And while we're doing this case, I'm gonna put a report together that will show everybody literally, corporately, legally, break down every law, where in the charter, where you can access it, and I'll put that report at the bottom of the last week. So that anyone, it might be a pretty long report, 25 pages, 27 pages, but anybody that can read through that and identify how we're still operating the Crown charters and how we're still
He's the first one.
Yeah, for me, I just try to look at it like, I try to not take in what the movies or their versions of things are and just go directly to the because, like, you think about it, right? These are the same things on the table that those are trying to say to it. And then MIT is trying to say to it. They go very deep. They involve, like, Harvard universities, research, private court records, Titanic itself. Like, the Titanic was at that time, 1913, the absolute jurisdiction of the case that basically stated that the liability of that accident, that the way to claim that liability was going to work. And from that point on, it's very much as far as that
That's a big deal because it happened in international waters. That's a huge deal, and people need to understand why that's.
It's part of the thing too now, right? Because the educational land that the state's held up, 16 to 50,000 acres per state is under deemed educational. Well, where do you think that goes? It goes right to the universities, right? So it's all tied in.
Yeah, like on the premise. It's like taking the history of a person and, making it a legal fiction and then telling
Whenever you see an older man with
Library of Congress, and then they formed. So ironic about it is it's FDR that knows the national place. Really what that's doing is collecting all the documents and archives and research. All the documents and centralizing it. And now so you can release it so that you can control it.
Hold on, let me take it from here. That's not a story for another day. My next bullet point really quickly is going to be from 1898 to 1910, the group that we've been discussing, we're going to hereby acknowledge them as cabal. From 1898 to 1910, the same group crushes populist free solar movement, eliminates competing private currencies, and begins drafting.
Why do you post every day when you barely get 100 likes?
100 likes is the beginning of why they had to watch things and take create in 1912.
That may seem small to you,
but thank you for letting
I know my audience is out there, and when they find me, they will support me.
Why do you post?
It's fun, man. Revisit history. It's like, and I think you're right. Again, even all of the versions that we're all talking about, I would implore you to go search the archives. You will see the case records, the original archives, and just access the data and information that's not been probably not been
Another news, Illinois record.
All
it takes is
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. There are actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, many of these pre-Columbian
explorers might have come from Africa, out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells about how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore. There are actually many other mariners before Fortunately installed bureaucracy that has raises money and does all the commerce for them. And through history, they've been professional scapegoats. So that's the situation actually.
And that's why Candace and the whole situation is important to understand, because the relationship to this group is important to understand. So yeah,
they burned the French and the British burned down our White House and never pay them back for it. It's probably not.
So, these topic, we're going to start talking about professional scapegoats. So, we're going to talk about the reasons tonight.
Well, yeah, I actually can share some material right there. Sonic like at the top levels.
Want to create your own?
They call them the dark arts. I don't call them the dark arts. They took a look.
Nobody brought your fight.
What your modern thought or version of thing is, like, if it's something that falls under the branch, something that their cousins or something that they're the head of, right? And they perverted it. So there'll be the version that's popularized, and then there's like the actual iteration itself, right? The Freemasonry, I just I think what they used for back in the day, and how they perverted it, then with that. It was like the primary method of getting together. Yeah, it's like Europe, drink, taking out the pressure, it's all, it wasn't told to them when they wouldn't take the story. It's, they all something super example,
Contents of all of those libraries today.
I was always asking. They also, Russia also, there was the American Russian company, which
how much
never
bigger
gets
you want
mentioned.
to get?
But Russia
He has little
like,
man's
was on our
little
back
ways.
a lot during the Civil War.
But that joker right here is 800 pounds. Maybe a little. That's all good. That's part of the story of how we actually got lost.
Rabbit holes. So I do want to invite anybody that wants to speak, has questions, wants to talk about Candace, wants to talk about how crazy the world we're living in is.
We made a commitment to the audience, Mike. You have to explain how Cabal is an acronym.
My bad. Yeah, so it is the Cabal Ministry, or Cabal refers to a group of high counselors of King Charles II of England, Scotland, and Ireland. So think about that, right? Being king of England, Scotland, and Ireland at the same time. So that means you could have Scottish foreigners that could, in that regiment or that group, go and infiltrate. So it's very beneficial to be a king of multiple nations or territories. The term Cabal has a double meaning in this context. It refers to the fact that for perhaps the first time in English history, effective power in a royal council was shared by a group of men, a cabal, rather than dominated by a single favorite. The term also serves as the acronym CAPAL, named as the 5 privy councillors, Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, and Lauderdale, who formed the council's committee for foreign affairs. Foreign affairs, that right there is your keystone. Look into the foreign affairs, look into the history, look into the version they told you, and then find out that they lied. These 5 members made up the cabal: Clifford, Arlington, Buckingham, Ashley, Lauderdale, which held most of the power within that government. C stands for Sir Thomas Clifford, 1st Baron Clifford. Anyways, their fucking names are so annoying.
Are there any disconnect there from those names to the people who are at the helm of these 2 national organizations? One being the Council for National Policy, right?
Yeah.
That's the one that you don't hear about, the Council for National Policy and the Council of Foreign Relations.
Yes, you'll find it like in the United States, you'll have Diplomatic Corps, which is French for Corps Diplomatique. It's a collective body of foreign diplomats accredited to a particular country or body. Diplomatic corps may, in certain contexts, refer to the collection of accredited heads of missions, ambassadors, high commissioners, nuncios, and others who represent their countries in another state or country. So diplomacy wasn't something that they created. It was actually the concept. Well, I don't actually know, because India probably, they were controlling it. But yeah, Council appear as if they're the heroes and they're, saving people from tyranny, when in reality they're the terrorists. And they're just limiting their liability by having a group of nations say, we're all coming together in the unified defense of each other, even though that makes no sense. So
I should like to ask some questions now of a gentleman by the name of he's a governor right now in Florida, last name DeSantis.
Yeah. You asking me about him or what?
No, this is something that I believe that he might have some insight on. These questions, these very questions, right? The ones where.
Hey, Governor DeSantis, I got you on the telephone. I got somebody named C11 that wants to talk to you on X Spaces right now. Can you take a question, Governor?
Hey, Michael, I have a run, but thanks for holding the space. It's been great.
For sure.
It's good talking.
Hey, can I just say something, Michael? When you said their names are annoying, embrace it. Embrace it. Jean-Michel Strogno and Pierre Xavier Boussard and all these, this is how you build the intrigue. Yeah, just embrace it, man. The French names, the foreign names, the third, the fourth, the fifth. By the way, you're really laying it out great tonight. I'm actually really getting intrigued. I'm like, oh my god, now I'm gonna have to listen to an episode or season 1 of Michael Corey. I'll really get into it. Seriously, bro, you're breaking it down.
The French, what is that?
He said, you know how hard it is to keep this dude on the rails? Like, come on.
Impossible. But I did, where I do the most interesting work is when I'm researching and I don't have to put on any sort of front. I could just talk about stuff.
No, I really do know. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I know. He's crushing it tonight. It's understandable. This is awesome.
So I'll read the French Foreign Legion post because everyone's like, French Foreign Legion. What is the French Foreign Legion? Well, I'll tell you guys.
Credit these thoughts are a cool guy, Matt. He's also been guiding them pretty well. Well done, these thoughts.
You ready for this, TGK? So, Mike, how many teeth do you have to qualify to be in the French Foreign Legion?
4, which goes back to the 4 original unified nations that formed the French Foreign Legion, because it's comprised of foreigners, meaning not French. So I'll have to put this in the top of the notes. But so the French Foreign Legion was literally born directly out of the same royal bloodlines that rule the world today. In 1831, it wasn't some edgy Republican general who created the Legion. It was the French King Louis Philippe I, head of the House of Orleans, signing a royal ordinance to raise the corps of foreigners to fight France's dirty colonial war in Algeria. So French citizens didn't have to do it. That's the origin story. A royal foreign mercenary army built to project power while keeping political damage low at home. Here's the part that the history books often leave out. That same king's daughter, Louise d'Orleans, marries Leopold I. That's the head of house of the Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. He's a prince. He becomes the first king of the Belgians, making her the queen of the Belgians. And so marrying French nobility into the German British House of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. So the queen of the nobility into the bloodline, the German House of Saxe-Coburg. Their descendants, Leopold II, the king who turns the Congo Free State into his private extraction colony, Carlota of Belgium, Empress of Mexico, in a French-backed imperial project. Now plug in Queen Victoria and the rest of Europe. Leopold I of Belgium is the uncle and mentor of Queen Victoria. Victoria marries her own Saxe-Coburg cousin, Prince Albert, fusing the British throne with the German one, into the same German Coburg web. Their children and grandchildren marry onto almost every major European throne. United Kingdom, Windsor's rebrand in 1917, but the bloodline, that's what matters. Bloodline is still Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. Belgium, Leopold line, they actually take over the brand of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha once the British relinquish it. And Belgium is based on Napoleonic Code. It's influenced from Napoleonic Code. So their declarations and all that are written in French. Spain is the Bourbon line tied into the wider Victoria-Coburg-Cousin network. Scandinavia and the Low Countries, royal houses in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, Luxembourg, all plug into this network of bloodline families. So you've got one royal complex creating the French Foreign Legion to wage colonial wars with foreign bodies, and marrying into Saxe-Coburg-Victoria network that ends up ruling the UK, Belgium, Congo, Mexico, Bulgaria, Brazil. Even they marry into the Russian throne, and even Germany. Kaiser Wilhelm is the descendant of Queen Victoria. So the people who all fought World War I, they're all royal noble cousins and family.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Two things to interject and add context. First, have any of you ever heard the phrase "symbolism will be their downfall"? Has anyone ever heard that phrase used in context ever? Show of hands, emojis, fart noises, something. Okay, to tie this together, real quick exercise for the audience. Go Google the state flag of Louisiana and tell me what's in the corner of the flag. Okay, I'll give you like 5 seconds.
I don't know if it's their state flag.
No, it's on the flag.
The Masonic symbol.
It's the Union Jack. But also, what else happened in 1917, Mike?
1917? A lot of shit.
Yeah, like the Austrian nobility having their titles stripped and they were only allowed to maintain state. Oh, I'm sorry, shit, I was wrong. But hey, now you guys get to laugh at me and you won't forget it. Look at that, 1919.
That's a really important point because, right, Germany is this duchy. It's a country that's a group that's made up of different sovereigns that are sitting on the thrones of their own little county or jurisdiction. So they have their own house rules, and the imperial Germany has a different set of rules. So actually, the Prince Albert goes to serve in both as head of the Admiralty in the Royal Navy and swears an oath to Kaiser Wilhelm in 1983. So it's like, sorry, 1883, not 1953. So, you know, it's the same royal families that are running point. But to finish up the post, it's the French Foreign Legion isn't just a romantic band of outcasts. It's a royal instrument born on a king's signature, wired into the same dynastic web that carved up Algeria, Congo, Mexico, and half of the 19th century world, and whose countries still wear crowns across Europe. Foreign soldiers, royal commands, same families, same empires, different countries, different uniforms, one royal bloodline. So, and you can literally see it right there on the two houses and the crests. The symbolism is right there, right in your face. And it all means stuff to these people, but to us, we're like, fuck off. We thought we ended this in 1776.
That had anything to do with Candace?
Mm-hmm. And when she says that the French Foreign Legion's after her, right? And that the DuPonts, Wilmington, Delaware, you know, it's absolutely plausible. And not only absolutely plausible, the way she's talking about it is exactly how they do it. So, sure, to the average person, it sounds fucking crazy, but to the average person, they're trusting the FBI.
And again,
wait, Mike, what about she shifted, wasn't it yesterday? It's to not the DuPonts, to some other PR dude?
The Ukrainian Israeli. Well, think about it, Matt. If you wanted to hire a hitman, would you want him to just be French, or would you want him to be French, Israeli, British, German?
Throw it in the mouth. What I'm saying is I actually, when she first said the guy's name was Pierre and he's a rich guy, and the whole thing started with she heard that there was a donor named Pierre, and there's a Pierre, and he's a DuPont, and their friends were like, hey, you caught that, it's DuPont, and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, oh my God, that's Pierre DuPont, it's Pierre DuPont.
My good friend Luke, welcome to JDS Psychiatric Services with your friend, music. I'm in the next space. It's called Ace Candace Owens Over the Target.
She says it DuPont for some reason. She says
DuPont.
If I had a legitimate hit on my life, and I get 7 emails telling me this Ukrainian mercenary, sounds like, with a fake name, shows up down the street, it'd probably scare the shit out of me too, and I'd probably stop talking about the DuPonts and put all focus on this guy.
So now she's changing the narrative because she's scared. So now we can't trust her.
I don't know.
Listen, I know, I love your thing, but I know that you have your theories, but I just really do believe if someone wanted Charlie taken care of, they would call a black ops guy who was a trusted operator, and they would just send him a picture, and they would just say, get it done. It wouldn't be hundreds of people involved.
But do you think it'd be a good thing to do now, though?
But also consider the fact, sure, it could have been hundreds of people, but over the course of 60 years, how many people would have had to have actively collaborated, worked with the stated intent to, and still somehow managed to maintain secrecy of the JFK assassination?
Every country you can think of.
No, the thing would have been that it was taken care of, and then certain people in the higher-ups decided to keep it on the hush-hush because it would make CIA look bad. But really, it could have been one CIA commander made a call, maybe 1 or 2 people involved. And, I just don't, and keep in mind, this is the president of the United States. Charlie Kirk, I know people said he was going to run for president. Honestly, I don't think he would have become president. I do think he had the ear of the youth, but I don't think he really rose to the level of an international leader who was about to shut down the Federal Reserve and create banknotes and destroy and shatter the FBI into 1,000 pieces and stuff like that. I just really think if it was Macron's penis, they would have just made a call to a friend and they would have had a guy take care of business. This is not something that would be that hard to do. They could have taken him out in San Diego when me and Luke were there. They had the exact same opportunity. It didn't have to be that moment. It didn't have to be that day. They could have just followed him for a little while, waited, and took the shot. Simple as that.
So you're saying they made a show of it on purpose?
I'm sorry, what's that?
You're saying they made a show of it on purpose, you think?
Yeah, I'm going to say it for him. I definitely think they wanted to shoot him, on purpose, but they could have shot him, in San Diego. Look, where we were in San Diego, there was people on the roofs. I remember saying to Luke, I'm like, are those our guys or their guys? Who's on the roof? Yeah, but it was multiple during those days. It would have been just as easy in San Diego, and he was on TV, and it could have happened anywhere, anytime, on any of these campuses. During that time, any operator could have just followed him for a couple of times and went, this is my time, I'm taking the shot. Done.
Yeah, but it wasn't opportune at that moment because he was still I call him Charlie Cock at the time because he was fully in the back pocket of it.
Sure, but I just don't think it needs hundreds of people to sit down and say, okay, he crossed the line. Did he cross the line? Call the Homeland, call the French. He crossed the line. He did this. Call those. Call the Egyptians. Tell them to rent a hangar. Follow fucking Candace around for a few years. Have them stalk her here. Have them do this. Send in these guys. Send in those guys. Cover this. It's like so many people involved. I just think the larger and larger it gets, the less plausible it gets. That's all.
Well, I don't think we're going to get answers from our government because we're incapacitated. We can't get answers. JFK, MLK, Malcolm X, RFK, those files are released, but the trust files, the real powerful stuff, that's not released and likely may never get released. So, yeah.
If I can take the interjection here just real quick to spit out the next bullet point because it's very relevant to what you're just saying. In 1910, right? In 1910, people were discussing secret drafting of the Federal Reserve Act by Nelson Aldrich, Rockefeller in law, Paul Warburg, Piot Andrew, Frank Vander Eyck, Henry Davidson, Morgan, and Benjamin Strong. Jekyll Island meeting. That's where they sealed the fate of the Titanic and the three opposition. The other three. I think their names are coming up. I can do a quick search, but thank you. I yield.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I would implore you to look into that history a little more, because again, the corporate history of what I'm seeing versus what's actually in their own archives is not matching up. So 1913 is also when you have the Kingsbury Agreement, and AT&T is forced to give up its long lines to foreign companies.
The 16th Amendment. That was the year the 16th Amendment was ratified. The income tax. So now you know why they had to do that. So to make sure that money was going to go where it's supposed to.
I do have to agree with you, though, Michael, on the whole Foreign Legion thing. It's kind of, people might think that sounds weird, but if you put it in the perspective of just modern day contractors, the so-called contractor, the federal government and the military, whenever they want to run ops that they don't want to get, like something goes wrong, they don't want to be, that was our guy. If something goes wrong, they just go, yeah, we fired those guys. We're not using those guys anymore.
Exactly.
Denying of command doesn't go all the way up. And mercenaries and Heshings and foreign, military government, and you go back to Game of Thrones, literally, which this is all really about. And you'll see that they have hired armies and queens that have armies that work for them, and they do deals to get power and control over things because they command armies, and it basically, so that does make sense.
But I would say also getting the Jew became the Jew to your bidding, right? Because if he gets caught in privateer, you're funding wars.
The king's Jew.
There was literally a film I watched the other day. It was like a CSI type thing, but basically a guy in Texas had ordered to get this hooker murdered because he didn't want his wife to find out because they were trying to run a scheme and basically extort him for like $50,000.
How many million people did he involve in hiring a hitman?
But here's
back in the day, like when you're getting rid of the American president.
He went to a privatized group, right? And so that privatized group didn't have just one person go. They had multiple people that ended up going. So, I mean, who knows where that information or who they're passing it to that could potentially spread to be more than 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people.
I mean, back in the day when the JFK, before the internet, before the cell phone, before everyone had a camera on them, before everybody was a journalist, before anyone could disseminate information, sure, guys with cigars could sit around and be like, I think he's done. We can't deal with this anymore. I like the deal. Make the call. And yeah, they may have talked about it because they all were, and also they were infiltrated by a bunch of foreigners and stuff like that. They were good old boys and they got the job done and they decided to cross the line. It was like a mafia. But nowadays, everyone knows, like, the more people you involve in a conspiracy like this, I mean, once you involve the number of people that Candace has involved in this, there's no way someone hasn't blown the whistle or spilled the beans or doesn't have the info. There's just, once you get up to hundreds of people, it's just not plausible.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it both ways. I think the fact that we have the ability to have the conversation is like the most important thing, right? Like we don't have to agree on everything. I don't agree with everything Candace says. But I just think she's pointing the needle in the direction that'll allow more people to understand how this has worked historically, and the deeper power structures that still capture and control our corporate, private, education, all of those things. But we'll go to Marie.
I agree. I just fear that she's going to take people away from the crime scene and from the actual facts of the case and just spiraling off into who owns hangers, planes landed at. It's just too much.
When the case does play out, right? Are you going to trust the Tyler Robinson narrative or anything that the court tells us?
I mean, as you've been following me, I've made multiple videos about it not being Tyler Robinson. Multiple videos.
Well, I'm just saying.
Multiple.
So where do you go then? Like, if you are Candace?
Well, I'll tell you what you do is she has enough people. She could have a protest around UVU or around any of these agencies and say, we demand these photographs. We demand this. We demand that there be no plea bargain. I mean, you got Bannon saying there isn't going to be a trial. There's going to be no rematch. I mean, there has to be. The American people absolutely must demand that there be a trial. Because if they have the weapon, they have the gun, and they have the pictures of all the things they say they actually have, then it's case closed. And the idea of giving him some, like, oh, if he really is the guy, then why would you go, oh, we don't want to go too hard on him? Like, we demand to see the evidence. We demand to see that. We demand to see the cameras. We demand to get him off. If it really isn't him, number one thing is get him off. Because the minute they convict him, then the people can go along just like JFK forever and ever arguing about the facts. But once the actual physical apparatus has pinned it on a certain person, then for all intents and purposes, the case is closed. So if you can prove it isn't him, demand to talk to him, demand to speak to the guy, demand to ask what he has to say. Why can he not talk to the people? Why can't he talk to the public? Does he have rights? Is he an American citizen? Why can't we have a fund for his legal fund? Like, these are things that we could be doing to actually get to the bottom instead of spiraling out into an infinite number of fractalized concepts that are weird but not actually getting to the root of the problem.
Because they're running out the clock, Matt. That's the real answer.
And I agree getting to the bottom of it, but if we do it in the form of seeking emotional justice before objective justice, we're going to wind up in the exact same spot in points of history that we've been before. So my thought on this, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think both of you are right. And I don't think that anybody was fully right at the same time. I think that we're in a situation where if we're looking at the kings of propaganda that have come through the British and Israel and different things, they're very good at playing both sides and feeding.
Why can't the people talk to Tyler Robinson? Why can't we talk to him? Why can't nobody talk to him? How come there's been no word?
Well, and if
Patsy, no word. I'll let you go. I'm not sorry, but every one of these Aurora shootings, this shooting, that shooting, they basically have these guys drugged up. They come out with red hair and they have a blanked out stare by the time they come out. This guy was an honor roll student. Like, he should be able to speak.
You're actually proving my point. You're proving my point. A lot of this is to stimulate the seeking of emotional justice so that the public loses its mind one direction or another, and then they'll switch hats and start feeding the other side. This happened all through Weimar Germany, up into Nazi Germany, through World War II. It's happening now in Portland, Oregon. That's probably the greatest example I can give. ICE, the National Guard, go up there and they start removing the homeless, and then everything kind of disappears, and a week later, there's people wearing MAGA gear and MAGA hats, except they still have the tactical helmets with the GoPros, and they're, quote, now suddenly helping ICE and National Guard round up the homeless and the immigrants, and ICE and National Guard are telling them go home. That's Antifa. And Antifa, since 1897, has been the driver for these elites, for the British, for the Bolsheviks, for Israel, and they've been paid to play both sides. And so when I look at the canvases,
to focus our intention on hearing from Tyler,
which I fully agree. I totally agree.
Sliding around on who's a Fed and who's not a Fed, and whether the gun was or the gun wasn't. If we really believe that the number one thing to do is to analyze the actual supposed criminal and give him the actual rights that are supposed to be afforded under whatever whacked out freaking court system I'm sure Michael can tell you about.
I'm like 94% convinced that he doesn't even exist. So like, that's
and I agree with Matt's point, like logically, and Matt, you seem like a very objective person, right? And that's really the big difference between what we're dealing with you know, the right and the left, or the red and the blue, is we have a certain mass that's very subjective. They're going to react emotionally. It's going to be about how they feel. And then you have people that are like, well, these are my feelings, but my feelings don't come first. I want the objective facts. And that you seem very objective. So to have people in that pool, they're like, let's just talk to them and let us use our discernment, or let them have a voice so that we can get to the root of this, that would be an ideal thing. The problem is, because of propaganda and the way that they have created wars, like we go back to the Civil War and Abraham Lincoln, the British were supplying the South at the same time forcing the end of slavery, because they wanted to bring us to our knees. They had an 87-year-old grudge at that point.
How we focus our intention on the amount of energy we put into whether it was a 30-06 or whether Candace is a bad or Ian's a bad or Nick's a bad. If we were all to say, like, we want to get to the bottom of this, and no offense, if you want to talk about emotional things, I don't know which side you are on the. I'm not even.
I'm like hardcore objective. I want the facts.
So,
right?
I mean,
but I look at these people.
I feel.
Oh yeah.
I feel 99.9% of the time is I feel this and I think that, and it makes me feel I'm not happy, and I'm so tired, and I'm
the way I look at it,
the way we deal with shit. Focus.
The way I look at it.
The problem is and get to the bottom.
If I may, the way I look at it is there's a couple of options. Humanity has been trained to respond this way almost systematically. So one of the options, whether I believe it's effective or not, it is proven if you saturate. If you saturate, propaganda has a very hard time to continue to exist. And I tend to think, and this is a subjective, I tend to think that that's where we're at in this position, is that saturation is going to cause people to be more objective and to be more like-minded like you or like me. I really don't care about how it makes me feel. I just want the fucking facts. I don't want the propaganda. I don't want the runaround. But the only way that I could go and see that was to kind of pull back and say, where are they playing both sides? And what they wait for is emotional justice. And so if you think about the reaction to Charlie Kirk's death, it was, especially for the youth, there was a huge drive initially for this large emotional justice seeking. By their playbook, they could have had us by the balls. There wasn't anyone willing to question anything. They wanted his head. And so I get the point of the frustration of like the people that don't need that. We just want the objective facts. But I also get the point that if you're going to decrease that emotional justice, one of the effective ways is to do it through information saturation. That can actually cause discernment and focus saturation. Focus saturation, yes, I agree.
Let's talk to Robinson. Let's get the cameras. Let's hear the facts. We need to have the trials instead of spiraling around. If we just stuck with those three things, so talk to Tyler, get the cameras, and I forget what the third one was, but basically, go to the scene of the crime, get actual physical evidence, talk to Tyler, get the cameras, and just get to the basics.
Now is how you're very appropriately focused on the topics that we've got posted on the space about it being, what happened with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens' perspective and everything. But what I don't think you're hearing is that Marie is bringing a higher level of abstraction. It's not about any one given topic. It's not about the Charlie Kirk assassination.
I understand. I'm going to leave here in a second, but she's saying we need to get over the emotional thing. But then at the same time, she's being emotional. I'm just saying focus, and we'll get it done.
And you were trying to get
I love you guys.
your own framework.
Thanks for propaganda. Wasting our time.
metaphysic versus
characterize things through your own framework, and this is going to be appropriate for anybody, whether it's in this space, whether it's in a conversation with somebody in line at Starbucks or at church, wherever it is. What we have been programmed into collectively is viewing things through a certain lens, a certain framework, and it does not allow for the perspective of others or the possibility of additional information, whether that is from history that has been forgotten and rewritten, whether that is from information that used to be scientific and is now considered to be satanic, whether it is, fill in the blank. And so what I think we need to come back to and remember above all is that your perception is valuable, and it is not a matter of is something emotional or something objective. You have to recognize that there is a balance in all of that. And I think, Marie, that's more what you were getting at, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, and it really, as long as we're the pendulum, our perception is the prize. They are constantly looking to control our perception. And we want to name the cabal, which Michael Corey and Jesus did amazing. I mean, the digging on the British and the royalties and the crown is just phenomenal out of these two continuously. But, okay, well, let's go find them. So, what I'm saying is they are very efficient. They don't really, they have an idea of which way they want to turn out, but they'll play both sides. They'll capitalize on both sides, because the goal ultimately is just like the American Civil War, is for us to just destroy ourselves for their benefit. And as long as we go ahead.
Here's a fun fact. So speaking of the Civil War, Mike and I were digging in the other day. Just so happens that the South didn't adopt the penal colony in the same way that the English used it. However, they did sublet out or sublease out labor that was withheld within institutions. So they would actually take prisoners and then sell their labor out to the open market. And that was one of the largest threats to the North market, because they had access to low-cost labor in volume because they had so many prisoners. What you got, buddy? Marie, we'll jump back in just a second. Gamblers like throwing gang signs and stuff at me.
You've been waiting forever.
No, I take a look at all this, and I just think of this all as diversion. And I understand it is important, but we're elected by the people, or we should be. And clearly, right now, our elected officials don't work for us. We all could see that. We all understand that. And I could go in and explain, and you could take a look at any election that has a vote by mail system. At the end of every election, they adjudicate the ballots, and they fix every ballot that is in the wrong ballot style. That is what you see in all the Dominion machines and all that. And if you want to go ahead and fix it and kick them out and have our politicians actually listen to the people, you have to remove them out of the election. And that goes for every cabal group that there is out there, whether it be any of the groups controlling it. And you could go ahead and take a look at the laws that are passed, and you could go through every single one and see exactly when things change. And you could recognize it's happening by the same lawyers working for the same people and then the same subgroups underneath it. You could probably tie one in for each group that you're concerned about. And it's clear how much money we spend at the problems and all that stuff. But what I'm saying is that if we just take